Welcome back, romance lovers! This is part 2 of our captivating Werewolf Shifter Romance Audiobook series. If you missed the drama, passion, and heart-stopping moments of part 1, don't worry, I've got you covered. Just click the link in the description or comments to catch up before diving into this next chapter. Trust me, you don't want to miss a single moment of this epic love story. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and let me know your thoughts below. Chapter 4, Deepening Bonds. Over the next 2 weeks, Skin Stories underwent a transformation almost as remarkable as the ones Nermina was beginning to suspect occurred within Marco's body. What had started as a trickle of new clients became a steady stream, predominantly fit, attractive people with an intensity to their gazes that reminded her strangely of Marco. They arrived in pairs or small groups, often referencing a friend who had recommended her work. It didn't take long for Nermina to realize that Marco was the common denominator. He'd never explicitly confirmed it, but the knowing looks exchanged when these clients spotted her wolf designs told her everything she needed to know. On a busy Thursday afternoon, she looked up from her appointment book to find 3 men waiting in her reception area, all powerfully built, all exuding that same subtle wildness she'd come to associate with Marco. The tallest of them, a black man with close-cropped hair and intelligent eyes, approached her desk. "You must be Nermina," he said, extending a hand. "I'm Devin. Marco speaks highly of your work." His handshake was firm, his skin unnaturally warm, just like Marco's. Nermina glanced at his companions, noting the same intensity in their watchful gazes. "Nice to meet you," she replied, curiosity getting the better of her professional demeanor. "How do you know Marco?" Something like amusement flickered across Devin's face. "We're family," he said simply. "Not by blood, but by choice." "Pack," her mind supplied, the words surfacing with startling clarity. If Marco was telling the truth about being a werewolf, then these men were likely part of his pack. "We're interested in getting tattoos," Devin continued, gesturing to his companions, "something that reflects our connection to nature. Specifically, wolves." "I might be able to help with that," Nermina said, fighting a smile at the not-so-subtle request. She pulled out her portfolio, turning to the section of wolf designs that had grown considerably since meeting Marco. "Did you have something specific in mind?" As they discussed design options, Nermina couldn't help testing her theory. She casually mentioned the full moon, just days away, and watched as all 3 men tensed slightly, exchanging glances. "Beautiful time for outdoor activities," Devin remarked carefully. "We usually go camping during the full moon. Feels right to be in nature then." By the time they left, with appointments scheduled, Nermina was more convinced than ever that Marco's wild claims might actually be true. And if these men were werewolves, then her shop was becoming a hotspot for the supernatural. The thought should have terrified her. Instead, she felt a strange thrill of excitement, as if she were finally discovering a world that had been waiting for her all along. The following Saturday, Marco arrived at her shop with a toolbox and a determined expression. "That lighting is giving me a headache just looking at it," he declared without preamble, nodding toward the flickering fluorescence that had been the bane of Nermina's existence since she'd opened the shop. "Let me replace it before you blind a client and end up with a lawsuit." Nermina crossed her arms, amused despite herself. "Good morning to you, too. Don't you have cars to fix or pack business to attend to?" Marco's lips quirked in that half-smile that never failed to send her pulse racing. "I took the day off. Besides, the pack will benefit if you can actually see what you're doing when you tattoo them." "So you admit they're pack," Nermina said, seizing on his slip. They'd fallen into an odd dance around the werewolf topic, Marco making occasional references, Nermina uncertain how much to believe, but increasingly willing to play along. Marco set down his toolbox, his expression turning serious. "Yes, Nermina, they're pack, and they're coming to you because they trust you. Because I trust you." The simple admission warmed her more than it should have. "Well, in that case, I suppose I can accept your lighting expertise, but I'm buying you lunch after." What began as a lighting replacement evolved into a full day of improvements. Marco seemed to notice every minor flaw in her shop: the sticky front door, the uneven reception desk, the temperamental sink in the back room. With each repair, he moved with an efficiency and skill that Nermina found ridiculously attractive. By late afternoon, they'd fallen into a comfortable rhythm of work, conversation flowing easily between them as they transformed the space. Marco had shed his outer shirt in the warmth of the shop, working in a fitted black tank that left little to the imagination. Nermina found herself stealing glances at him, the play of muscles across his back as he stretched to install a new light fixture, the confident precision of his hands as they manipulated tools, the occasional glimpse of those strange pack markings on his forearms. "You're staring," Marco commented without turning around, a smile evident in his voice. "I'm supervising," Nermina corrected, heat rising to her cheeks. "Making sure you don't mess up my shop." Marco turned then, his amber eyes dancing with amusement and something warmer. "And? Does my work meet with your approval?" He was standing on a ladder, which put him at the perfect height for their eyes to meet directly. Nermina stepped closer, ostensibly to examine the new fixture he'd installed. "It'll do," she said lightly, though they both knew the work was impeccable. Marco's gaze dropped to her lips briefly before he returned his attention to the task at hand, a practiced restraint that both frustrated and intrigued her. Since the incident in her office, he'd been careful to maintain a certain physical distance between them, never initiating contact but not rejecting it when she did. It was as if he were conducting an experiment, testing the boundaries of what triggered his reverse shifting without risking another episode. "I've been meaning to ask," Nermina said, handing him a screwdriver from his toolbox. "Why do they all want wolf tattoos? Your pack members?" Marco accepted the tool, his fingers brushing against hers in a touch that lingered just long enough to send warmth cascading through her arm. "They're drawn to your work," he replied, "even more than they expected to be. There's something in the way you depict wolves that resonates with their inner nature." "And with yours?" Nermina asked softly. Marco's eyes met hers again, suddenly intense, "Especially with mine." The moment stretched between them, charged with unspoken feelings and the simmering attraction that never quite dissipated regardless of how long they spent apart. The shop bell chimed, breaking the tension. They both turned to see Elder Howlett entering, his pale blue eyes taking in the scene with knowing amusement. "Don't stop your flirting on my account," he said dryly. "Just came by to see if you've had a chance to think about my tattoo request, Miss Blackwood." Nermina stepped back from the ladder, trying to look more professional than she felt. "I've been working on some designs. And please, it's Nermina." Howlett nodded approvingly. "Progress on multiple fronts, I see," he remarked, glancing around at the shop improvements. "The space feels different, more aligned." "Aligned with what?" Nermina asked, curious about his choice of words. "With its purpose," Howlett replied cryptically. "The right place, the right person, the right time. The universe has a way of arranging such things if we're wise enough to recognize the pattern." Marco descended the ladder, greeting the elder with obvious respect, despite the older man's teasing. "The lighting's fixed," he reported. "No more headaches from those old fluorescents." "Good lad. Clear vision is essential for what lies ahead." Howlett settled himself in one of the reception area chairs with the easy authority of someone who belonged wherever he chose to be. "Perhaps while you finish up, I could tell Nermina about the moonflower." Marco's head snapped up, surprise evident in his expression. "The moonflower legend. Are you sure that's—" "It's time," Howlett interrupted gently but firmly. "Some stories need to be shared before they can be understood." Something passed between the two men, a silent communication that Nermina couldn't interpret but recognized as significant. Marco nodded finally, returning to his work on the shop sign while Howlett beckoned Nermina to join him. As Marco worked, Howlett's voice filled the shop with tales of ancient times when werewolves and humans lived in harmony. He spoke of special humans, artisans with gifts that complemented werewolf abilities, and of a rare flower that bloomed only under the full moon. The moonflower's essence, when properly prepared, created an ink unlike any other, Howlett explained, his Scottish brogue becoming more pronounced as he lost himself in the telling. When a gifted artisan used this ink to mark a werewolf's skin, it created a bond between human spirit and wolf nature, strengthening the connection, enhancing control, sometimes even enabling special abilities. Nermina listened, entranced despite her lingering skepticism. And these artisans, they were called soul markers, weren't they? Howlett's eyebrows rose in surprise. "You've heard this story before?" "Marco mentioned something about soul markers," she admitted, though I wasn't sure how seriously to take it. Howlett chuckled. "Always wise to question, but sometimes wiser still to believe." He leaned forward, his voice dropping conspiratorially. "The moonflower still grows in certain places if one knows where to look. Its essence, combined with other herbs, wolfsbane harvested under a waxing moon, dried vervain, crushed juniper berries, creates an ink that can work wonders on the right canvas." Nermina found herself mentally noting the ingredients. Her artistic curiosity piqued despite her rational mind's objections. And what would happen if someone used this ink today? Howlett's eyes twinkled. "Why don't you find out? A true artist experiments, after all." From across the shop, Marco cleared his throat. "Howlett, maybe we should save some stories for another time." But the seed had been planted. For the rest of the day, as they completed the shop improvements, Nermina's mind kept returning to the old man's tale. By closing time, when both men had departed, Marco with a lingering glance that promised future conversations, Howlett with a knowing smile, she found herself researching the herbs he'd mentioned. Over the next week, Nermina's curiosity evolved into active experimentation. She sourced the herbs Howlett had described, creating small batches of custom ink using techniques from her grandmother's old recipe book, a volume she hadn't opened in years but now seemed newly relevant. The results were visually striking. Inks with a depth and luminosity unlike any commercial products she'd used before. When she tested them on practice skins, the colors seemed almost alive, responding to different lighting conditions in ways that defied explanation. But the true test came when Devin returned for his scheduled appointment, bringing 2 female pack members with him. Nermina used her experimental ink for his wolf tattoo, a sleek running wolf positioned on his upper arm, its eyes seeming to follow the viewer regardless of angle. As she worked, she noticed something odd. The ink seemed to sink into his skin more readily than normal, requiring fewer passes to achieve perfect saturation. More strangely, Devin himself appeared to enter an almost meditative state during the process, his usually alert eyes going distant and unfocused. "Feel anything unusual?" Nermina asked as she wiped excess ink from the completed tattoo. Devin blinked, as if waking from a trance. "It was like my wolf was right at the surface, but completely calm, controlled." He examined the tattoo in the mirror, his expression one of wonder. "It's still happening. I can feel my wolf responding to the design, like it recognizes something in it." When Marco visited the shop later that day, his reaction to Devin's tattoo was equally striking. He stared at the photograph Nermina showed him, his pupils dilating until his eyes looked more wolf than human. "This is different," he said, his voice rough with some emotion she couldn't quite identify. "What did you do?" Nermina explained her experiments with Howlett's herb combination, watching Marco's expression shift from surprise to something like awe. "You created soul marker ink," he said softly, "without being taught, without even fully believing it was possible." "I'm still not sure what I believe," Nermina admitted, "but something's happening with these tattoos. Devin said his wolf responded to it." Marco nodded slowly. "Devin texted me earlier, said he experienced the most controlled shift of his life last night." His eyes met hers, intense and searching. "Do you understand what you've done? What this means?" Nermina wasn't sure she did, not completely, but as more pack members came for tattoos in the following days, each reporting similar experiences of enhanced control and deeper connection to their wolf natures, she couldn't deny the evidence before her. Something extraordinary was happening in her little tattoo shop, and somehow she was at the center of it all. The disagreement started over something seemingly trivial. Marco had been helping Nermina install new storage cabinets in her back office when his phone rang for the 3rd time in an hour. Each time he'd stepped outside to take the call, returning with vague explanations about pack business that told her nothing concrete. After the 3rd interruption, Nermina's patience wore thin. "You know, if you need to be somewhere else, just say so," she said, more sharply than she'd intended. "These mysterious calls and half-explanations are getting old." Marco looked up from the cabinet he was assembling, surprise evident in his expression. I'm exactly where I want to be, he said. The calls are just complicated pack matters. Everything about your pack is complicated and off limits for discussion, Nermina pointed out, frustration building. You want me to believe you're a werewolf, to accept that I might be some kind of magical tattoo artist, but you won't share any real information about what that actually means? Marco set down his screwdriver, his expression growing serious. It's not that simple, Nermina. There are protocols, traditions, information that has to be shared in the right way at the right time. According to whom? Howlett? She crossed her arms. I'm creating ink that apparently gives your pack members special abilities, but I'm not allowed to know the details of who or what I'm affecting? It's for your protection as much as ours, Marco insisted, rising to his feet. There are rival packs who would be very interested in what you can do. The less you know right now, the safer you are, Nermina threw up her hands in exasperation. That's convenient. Keep me in the dark for my own good. I've heard that before. Marco's jaw tightened. What's that supposed to mean? It means I'm tired of being managed, Nermina said, giving voice to a frustration she hadn't fully acknowledged until that moment. My ex used the same tactics, sharing just enough to keep me interested while keeping all the real parts of himself locked away, at least until he decided I wasn't worth the effort anymore. The moment the words left her mouth, Nermina regretted comparing Marco to her ex. They were nothing alike, and she knew it. But the insecurity of being kept at arm's length had triggered old wounds. Marco's expression shifted to one of hurt before settling into a careful neutrality that was somehow worse than anger would have been. I'm not managing you, Nermina, and I'm not your ex. His voice was quiet but firm. But I do have responsibilities to my pack, people who trust me to protect them. I can't simply ignore that because we're... He broke off, apparently unsure how to define what they were to each other. Because we're what, Marco? Nermina challenged, stepping closer to him. Having a fling? Conducting a supernatural experiment? What exactly is happening between us? The air between them seemed to crackle with tension, partially anger, partially the ever-present attraction that simmered beneath every interaction. Marco ran a hand through his hair, a gesture she'd come to recognize as a sign of internal struggle. I don't know, he admitted finally. Something I've never experienced before, something that terrifies and exhilarates me in equal measure. His amber eyes locked with hers, vulnerability evident in his expression. All I know is that when I'm with you, everything feels right, except when my wolf retreats, and I don't know how to reconcile those two realities. The honesty in his words diffused some of Nermina's anger, but not her fundamental frustration. I need more than cryptic statements and half-truths, Marco. If you want me to be part of this world you're in, you have to actually let me in. Marco stepped toward her, his expression pained. I'm trying, Nermina, but there are things I'm not at liberty to share yet, not without Howlett's permission. He's the elder. His word is law in our pack. Then maybe we should take a step back until you get that permission, Nermina suggested, though the thought of distance from Marco created an immediate hollow sensation in her chest. Something flashed in Marco's eyes, a brief flare of that wolf gold she'd glimpsed before. Is that what you want? No, it wasn't what she wanted at all, but Nermina was tired of feeling unbalanced in this relationship, whatever it was. I think we need a few days to get perspective, she said instead of answering directly. The cabinets can wait. Marco stared at her for a long moment, conflict evident in his expression. Finally, he nodded once, sharply. If that's what you need. He gathered his tools methodically, his movements controlled in a way that suggested he was holding himself in check. Call me when you're ready to talk. He left without another word, the shop door closing behind him with a finality that made Nermina's throat tighten painfully. She told herself it was for the best, that they both needed space to figure out what they wanted from each other, but the hollow feeling in her chest only expanded as she finished her workday alone. 3 days passed without contact between them, 3 days that felt inexplicably longer than the years Nermina had spent without knowing Marco existed. She threw herself into her work, tattooing more clients than ever before as word of her special design spread through what she now suspected was the local werewolf community. Each wolf tattoo she created felt more alive than the last, her artistic abilities seeming to expand exponentially, as if some dormant talent had been awakened. But the satisfaction of professional success did little to fill the Marco-shaped void in her personal life. On the third evening, Nermina closed her shop early as storm clouds gathered over the city. The first fat raindrops began to fall as she flipped the sign to closed, quickly intensifying into a downpour that turned the streets into shallow rivers and the sky an ominous slate gray. She'd left her umbrella at home that morning, fooled by the sunny forecast that had clearly failed to account for the sudden storm. With a sigh of resignation, Nermina locked the shop door and stepped out into the deluge, pulling her leather jacket over her head in a futile attempt to stay dry. The walk to her apartment was only 6 blocks, but within half a block she was already drenched, her boots splashing through puddles that seemed intent on soaking her completely. Thunder rolled overhead, followed by a flash of lightning that illuminated the rain-slick streets in stark relief. Nermina was so focused on navigating the flooded sidewalk that she barely registered the sound of a car slowing beside her until a familiar voice called her name. "Nermina, get in." She turned to find Marco's dark blue sedan pulled alongside the curb, his concerned face visible through the passenger window he'd rolled down despite the rain pouring in. For a moment, pride warred with practicality. Then a particularly vicious gust of wind drove the rain sideways, and practicality won decisively. Nermina yanked open the passenger door and slid inside, immediately guilty about the puddle she was creating on his leather seats. "Sorry about the water," she said, pushing wet hair back from her face. "I'm soaked." Marco shook his head, his eyes taking in her bedraggled appearance with a mixture of concern and something warmer that made her pulse accelerate despite her sodden discomfort. "Don't worry about the car. Are you okay? You're shivering." Before she could respond, he was shrugging out of his jacket, a well-worn leather piece that looked soft with age, and draping it around her shoulder. The garment enveloped her in warmth and his scent, a combination that made her want to burrow deeper into the comfort it offered. "Thank you," she murmured, suddenly acutely aware of his proximity in the enclosed space of the car. Droplets of rain clung to his dark hair and eyelashes, making him look younger and somehow more vulnerable than usual. "What are you doing here, in this weather?" Marco's hands returned to the steering wheel, but he made no move to pull away from the curb. "I was coming to see you," he admitted, his gaze fixed on the rain-streaked windshield. "To apologize. I shouldn't have left things the way I did." The simple admission warmed Nermina more effectively than his jacket. "I was thinking the same thing," she confessed. "I shouldn't have compared you to my ex. You're nothing like him." Marco turned to look at her then, his amber eyes softer than she'd ever seen them. "I understand why you did. I haven't been as open with you as you deserve." He took a deep breath. "I talked to Howlett about what I can share with you." Hope flared in Nermina's chest. And he agreed, "It's time you knew more. Everything eventually." A small smile curved Marco's lips. "He said you're proving to be exactly who he hoped you were." Nermina wasn't sure how to interpret that cryptic statement, but the promise of answers was enough for now. "I'd like that," she said simply. For a long moment they sat in companionable silence, listening to the drumming of rain on the car roof and the gentle whoosh of the heater Marco had turned to its highest setting. The windows began to fog with the contrast between the cold outside and the growing warmth within, creating a cocoon of privacy that felt somehow separate from the rest of the world. Nermina became increasingly aware of Marco, his clean, masculine scent mingling with the leather of his jacket, the steady rhythm of his breathing, the subtle heat that radiated from him, even from the driver's seat. Her own body responded to his proximity, her shivers subsiding to be replaced by a different kind of warmth that had nothing to do with the car's heater. "Where's your apartment?" Marco asked, his voice lower than before, rougher around the edges. "I'll drive you home." Nermina gave him the address just 4 blocks away. As he pulled away from the curb, she found herself oddly reluctant to end their time together so quickly. "The storm's getting worse," she observed, as another flash of lightning illuminated the streets. "You shouldn't be driving in this." Marco glanced at her, something like hope flickering in his eyes. "Are you inviting me to wait it out at your place?" The question hung between them, laden with possibilities that had nothing to do with weather. Nermina knew they had unresolved issues to discuss, boundaries to establish, truths to share. But in that moment, all she could think about was how right it felt to be near him again. "Yes," she said simply, "I am." The drive took less than 2 minutes, but by the time they arrived at her building, the storm had intensified even further. They made a mad dash from the car to the covered entryway, arriving breathless and even more soaked than before. Nermina led Marco up 3 flights of stairs to her apartment, suddenly self-conscious about the space he was about to enter. It wasn't large, but she'd filled it with color and texture, artwork covering the walls, plants thriving on every available surface, comfortable furniture arranged to maximize the limited space. "It's not much," she said as she unlocked the door, "but it's home." Marco followed her inside, his eyes taking in her personal space with obvious interest. "It's perfect," he said, and the genuine appreciation in his voice eased her uncertainty. "It's completely you," Nermina smiled, pleased by his reaction. "Let me get you a towel. You're dripping all over my floor." She returned from the bathroom with towels for both of them, deliberately ignoring the way Marco's wet t-shirt clung to his torso, outlining every muscle in mouth-watering detail. He accepted the towel with a murmured thanks, running it over his hair and face, while Nermina tried not to stare. "I should get you something dry to wear," she said, retreating toward her bedroom before she did something impulsive like track the path of a water droplet down his neck with her tongue. "I might have a t-shirt that would fit you." In her bedroom, Nermina quickly changed into dry clothes, leggings and an oversized sweater that fell off one shoulder, before rummaging through her drawers for anything that might accommodate Marco's broader frame. She eventually found a large sleep shirt left behind by her brother during his last visit, grateful that her sibling's athletic build was similar to Marco's. When she returned to the living room, Marco had removed his wet shirt entirely and was using the towel to dry his chest and arms. Nermina froze in the doorway, her brain short-circuiting at the sight of all that smooth olive skin and defined muscle on display. The pack markings she'd glimpsed before were fully visible now, spiraling up both forearms in intricate patterns that seemed to shift subtly in the apartment's warm lighting. Marco looked up, catching her staring. Instead of the embarrassment she might have felt, Nermina found herself meeting his gaze steadily, letting him see the appreciation in her eyes. Something hot and primal flashed across his features in response. "I found you a shirt," she said, her voice huskier than intended as she crossed the room to hand it to him. "It might be a little tight, but it's dry." Their fingers brushed during the exchange, sending a familiar spark of electricity up her arm. Neither pulled away immediately, that brief point of contact somehow more intimate than if they'd embraced. "Thank you," Marco said, his voice dropping to that lower register that never failed to send shivers down her spine. He made no immediate move to put on the dry shirt, and Nermina made no attempt to step back from their close proximity. The air between them seemed to thicken with tension, not the angry kind from days ago, but the smoldering awareness that had been building since their first meeting. Outside, thunder crashed directly overhead, making the apartment lights flicker momentarily. The brief interruption broke the spell, allowing Nermina to step back and gesture toward her small kitchen. "Would you like something to drink? Coffee? Wine?" "Me," her traitorous mind added silently. Marco finally pulled the borrowed shirt over his head, the material stretching across his broad shoulders exactly as she'd anticipated. "Coffee would be great," he said, following her into the kitchen. "We should talk." Nermina busied herself with the coffee maker, hyper-aware of Marco's presence in her small kitchen. He leaned against the counter, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his body, but not so close as to crowd her. "I meant what I said in the car," he began as she measured coffee grounds. "Hallett has given me permission to share more with you, but first I need to know where you stand. After everything you've seen, everything you've experienced with your tattoos and the pack members, what do you believe?" Nermina considered the question seriously as she set the coffee to brew. The machine's gentle gurgling provided a soothing counterpoint to the storm still raging outside. "I believe something extraordinary is happening," she said finally, turning to face him. "I believe your pack members are experiencing real effects from my tattoos. I believe Howlett knows far more than he's sharing, and I believe—" She took a deep breath, committing to the truth as she now understood it. "I believe you when you say you're a werewolf." Relief and something like joy flashed across Marco's features. "You do?" Nermina nodded, stepping closer to him. It explains too many things to dismiss. Your body temperature, the markings on your arms, the way your eyes sometimes change color. And it feels true in a way I can't fully explain. She smiled wryly. Though I'd still like a demonstration when your condition allows for it. Marco's expression sobered at the mention of his reverse shifting problem. I wish I could show you, he said with genuine regret. But it's getting worse, not better. I haven't been able to shift at all since that night on the rooftop, not even partially. Is it dangerous? Nermina asked, concern overriding her curiosity. For you, I mean? It's not physically harmful as far as we can tell, Marco replied, but it's disorienting. Imagine losing one of your senses gradually. It leaves me feeling incomplete, vulnerable. His gaze dropped to her lips briefly before returning to her eyes. The strangest part is that it only happens when we're together. When I'm away from you, I can still feel my wolf nature, though it's more distant than before, but the moment we're close, especially when we touch... He trailed off, his meaning clear. Nermina processed this, a troubling thought occurring to her. Is that why you've been keeping your distance? Physically, I mean? Because being close to me makes your wolf retreat? Marco nodded, looking both apologetic and frustrated. I thought it was the right thing to do, for both of us. I didn't want to keep starting something I couldn't finish without complications. The coffee maker beeped, signaling it had finished brewing, but neither moved to attend to it. Nermina was too focused on the implications of Marco's words, on the sacrifice he'd been making to protect her from his unpredictable reactions. But you came to apologize tonight, she pointed out softly, even knowing what might happen if we reconciled. Because being apart from you is worse than any discomfort the reverse shift causes, Marco admitted, the simple honesty in his voice making her heart swell. These past 3 days have been... I missed you, Nermina. More than I thought possible after knowing someone for such a short time. The confession broke something open inside her. A dam of restraint she'd been maintaining since their first kiss. Without overthinking it, Nermina closed the distance between them, her hands coming up to frame his face as she rose on tiptoes to press her lips to his. Marco responded instantly, his arms encircling her waist and pulling her flush against him. Unlike their previous encounters, there was no hesitation in his embrace, no holding back. His mouth moved over hers with a hunger that matched her own, his hands splaying across her back to hold her as close as physically possible. Nermina melted into him, her body fitting against his as if designed for this specific purpose. The kiss deepened naturally, their tongues meeting in a dance that sent heat spiraling through her system. One of Marco's hands tangled in her still damp hair, angling her head to deepen the kiss even further. She expected him to pull away at any moment, for the reverse shift to assert itself as it had every time before. But seconds stretched into minutes, and Marco showed no signs of retreat. If anything, his embrace grew more passionate, more uninhibited as the kiss continued. When they finally broke apart for air, both breathing heavily, Marco's eyes were wide with surprise and delight. It's not happening, he said wonderingly, his voice rough with desire. The reverse shift. I don't feel it starting, Nermina's heart leapt at the realization. Maybe it's getting better? Or maybe we're finding balance, Marco suggested, his thumb tracing the curve of her cheek with exquisite tenderness. Something's different this time. Nermina wasn't sure what had changed, but she wasn't about to question their good fortune. She rose on tiptoes again, reclaiming his mouth in another searing kiss that quickly rekindled the fire between them. Marco responded eagerly, his hands roaming her back, her waist, her hips, always respectful but increasingly bold as he discovered what made her gasp with pleasure against his lips. The storm outside seemed to mirror the passion building between them. Lightning flashing, thunder crashing, rain lashing against the windows as they lost themselves in each other. Somehow they moved from the kitchen to the living room, tumbling onto Nermina's sofa in a tangle of limbs and labored breathing. Marco braced himself above her, his eyes searching hers for any sign of uncertainty. Is this okay? He asked, his honorable nature asserting itself even as desire darkened his gaze to burnished gold. More than okay, Nermina assured him, pulling him back down to her with eager hands. What followed was the most passionate encounter of Nermina's life. A symphony of touch and taste and whispered encouragement as they explored each other's bodies with increasing boldness. Marco's hands and mouth seemed to be everywhere at once, learning what made her sigh with pleasure, what made her arch against him in wordless demand. Nermina was equally determined in her exploration, delighting in the low growls her touch elicited, the way his muscles tensed beneath her questing fingers. They didn't cross the final boundary, some unspoken agreement holding them back from complete intimacy, but what they shared was nonetheless profound, a connection that transcended the physical even as it celebrated it. Through it all, Marco's control remained intact, his wolf nature neither emerging nor retreating, but seeming to exist in perfect... "Hold still," Nermina murmured, her breath warm against Marco's bare skin as she leaned over his back. "This section needs perfect symmetry with the left side." Marco suppressed a shiver that had nothing to do with discomfort and everything to do with the gentle pressure of her hands on his skin. After their rain-soaked encounter 3 nights ago, they'd settled into a new phase of their relationship, one where physical contact was no longer avoided but carefully measured, as if testing the fragile balance they'd discovered. Today marked their 3rd session for his back piece, an ambitious wolf pack design that had grown more elaborate with each visit. What had begun as a single wolf with an eclipse backdrop had evolved into a full pack, moving through moonlit woods, the lead wolf still positioned beneath that symbolic eclipse. "Looks like we'll need one more session after today to complete the shading," Nermina said, wiping excess ink from his skin. "Unless you want to push through another hour?" Marco considered it. The usual discomfort of tattooing was strangely absent today, replaced instead by an almost pleasant warmth that spread from each area Nermina worked on. "Let's keep going," he decided. "I'm good." Nermina nodded, her focus returning to the intricate design taking shape across his shoulder blades. The tattoo parlor was quiet this evening. She'd closed early for his appointment, claiming the complex piece needed her undivided attention. The only sounds were the rhythmic buzz of the tattoo machine, the soft background music from her vintage record player, and their occasional conversation. As she worked on a particularly detailed section of the forest backdrop, Marco noticed something odd, a subtle sensation like energy flowing from the needle into his skin, spreading outward in gentle waves. Not unpleasant at all, but definitely not the normal feeling of being tattooed. "Your ink feels different today," he commented, trying to keep his voice casual despite his curiosity. Nermina, "Different how? Warmer. And it's like I can feel it spreading beneath my skin, connecting with something inside me." He hesitated, unsure how to explain the sensation without sounding completely insane. "It's almost like it's seeking something out." The tattoo machine fell silent as Nermina set it aside. Her fingers gently traced the outline of a wolf she'd just completed, her touch sending another wave of that strange, pleasant warmth through his system. "I modified the formula again," she admitted, added more moonflower essence, and changed the ratio of herbs. "Each batch I make seems to get more potent." Marco turned his head to look at her over his shoulder. "What made you change it?" A slight flush colored Nermina's cheeks. "I had a dream about the proportions. It sounds crazy, but I woke up knowing exactly how to adjust the mixture." Instead of finding her explanation strange, Marco felt a surge of excitement. Dream guidance was well documented among soul markers in the old texts, a sign of their abilities awakening fully. "It doesn't sound crazy at all," he assured her, watching as she prepared more ink. "Some knowledge lives deeper than conscious thought." Nermina smiled, seeming relieved by his acceptance. "My grandmother used to say something similar, that our ancestors speak to us in dreams, passing down what we need to know when we're ready to receive it." She resumed tattooing, her steady hands creating art that felt increasingly like magic to Marco. As she worked, he became aware of another unexpected sensation, a distinct strengthening of his connection to his wolf nature rather than the weakening he'd experienced during their previous intimate contacts. The realization was so startling that he tensed beneath her hands. "Did I hit a nerve?" Nermina asked immediately, lifting the needle. "No, just the opposite." Marco took a deep breath, focusing on the sensation. My wolf. I can feel it more clearly than I have in weeks. It's like your ink is creating a pathway somehow. Nermina's expression turned thoughtful as she studied the tattoo. The ink does seem to be absorbing differently than normal, she observed. It's not sitting on the surface the way tattoo ink usually does initially. It's almost like your skin is drinking it in. She traced a section she'd completed 15 minutes earlier, which already looked days healed. And you're healing almost instantly. Even for a werewolf, that's unusual, isn't it? Marco nodded, equally fascinated by the phenomenon. Completely unprecedented as far as I know. Nermina returned to her work, a comfortable silence falling between them as she completed another section of the design. Marco closed his eyes, focusing on the novel sensation of his wolf nature becoming more accessible rather than more distant in Nermina's presence. It was as if each stroke of her needle reinforced the connection instead of severing it. Tell me about your pack, Nermina said, eventually breaking the silence. How does someone become part of it? Are you all related? Marco considered how to answer, conscious of Howlett's permission to share more, but still habitually cautious about pack matters. Some are related by blood, but most aren't. A pack is family by choice more than biology. He paused as Nermina wiped his skin again. My parents were high-ranking pack members. My father was in line to become alpha eventually. Whoa, Nermina asked softly, catching his use of past tense. Marco nodded, the familiar ache of old loss surfacing briefly. They were killed when I was 8. A rival pack attacked during territory negotiations. It was... He trailed off, the memory still sharp despite the passage of time. Nermina's hand rested gently on his shoulder, offering comfort without words. I'm sorry, she said simply. The pack raised me after that, Marco continued after a moment. Especially Howlett. He was my father's closest friend and became my guardian. A small smile touched his lips, despite the painful topic. He's a difficult old wolf, but everything I know about honor and responsibility I learned from him. He cares about you, Nermina observed. It's obvious in the way he watches over you, even when you don't realize he's doing it. The tattoo machine buzzed back to life as she returned to her work, adding detail to one of the smaller wolves in the pack formation. Was it hard, growing up without your parents? Marco considered the question seriously. Yes and no. I missed them terribly, still do sometimes. But a werewolf pack provides a different kind of support system than human families typically have. Everyone contributes to raising the young, teaching them, protecting them. He shifted slightly as Nermina moved to a new section. In some ways, I had dozens of parents instead of just 2. That sounds beautiful, Nermina said, her voice holding a note of wistfulness that caught Marco's attention. What about your family? He asked, realizing they'd spoken little about her background. Nermina's hands maintained their steady rhythm as she answered. My parents split when I was 12. My father wasn't around much, even before that. My mother, she never really understood me, especially my fascination with wolves and my art. Her voice softened. But my grandmother, she was my rock. She lived with us after the divorce and practically raised me until she passed when I was 17. She sounds special, Marco prompted, sensing there was more to the story. She was. Affection warmed Nermina's voice. She taught me to draw, encouraged my interest in tattoo art, and filled my childhood with the most amazing stories about our ancestors. What kind of stories? Marco asked, keeping his tone casual despite his growing interest. Wild tales about our family descending from a special lineage of artists who worked with magic rather than just ink. Nermina chuckled softly. She claimed our ancestors were known as those who marked the skin of beast men, creating powerful bonds through their art. Marco went completely still, the phrase sending a jolt of recognition through him. It was an almost exact translation of the ancient term for soul markers in the pack's historical texts, a phrase so specific it couldn't possibly be coincidence. Marco? Nermina's concerned voice pulled him from his thoughts. Did I hurt you? No, he managed, his mind racing with implications. That phrase, those who marked the skin of beast men, it's significant. Nermina tilted her head, curious. How so? Marco chose his words carefully. It appears in our oldest pack histories, describing humans who worked with werewolves, creating markings that enhanced abilities and formed special connections between our kinds. Soul markers, Nermina said, the term coming to her lips naturally. Like Howlett mentioned. Exactly like that. Marco turned as much as his position allowed, meeting her eyes. Now, Nermina, I don't think your grandmother was telling you myths. I think she was passing down your family history, knowledge that was disguised as folklore to protect both your lineage and ours. Now, Nermina's hands stilled, her eyes widening as she processed the implication. You think I'm descended from these soul markers? That it's not just coincidence I can create ink that affects werewolves? I think the evidence is becoming hard to ignore, Marco replied gently. Your natural affinity for wolf imagery. The way your tattoos affect pack members. How you've recreated soul marker ink from dream guidance alone. He gestured to his back. And whatever is happening with this tattoo, it's not just art, Nermina. It feels like restoration. Nermina set the tattoo machine down, her expression thoughtful as she studied the design taking shape on his skin. If that's true, if I really am whatever a soul marker is, why didn't my grandmother just tell me directly? Protection, most likely, Marco suggested. Knowledge like this has power, and danger attached to it. The Great Separation happened because humans feared what they didn't understand, and werewolves retreated into secrecy to survive. Your grandmother may have been honoring an ancient promise to reveal the truth only when the time was right. And now is that time? Nermina asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Marco reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. I think that's what Howlett believes. Why he guided us to meet? Why he's been sharing those specific stories with you? A silence fell between them, heavy with possibilities neither fully understood yet. Finally, Nermina picked up her tattoo machine again, determination settling over her features. Well, if I am some kind of magical tattoo artist for werewolves, I should at least finish this piece properly, she said, a hint of humor lightening her tone despite the weight of their conversation. Marco smiled, settling back into position as she resumed work on his tattoo. By all means. I'd hate to walk around with an incomplete magical wolf pack on my back. As Nermina continued, Marco noticed the sensation of connection to his wolf nature strengthening further with each passing minute. It was as if each stroke of her needle reinforced bridges between his human and wolf aspects that had been damaged by the reverse shifting. The final hour of the session took on an almost ceremonial quality, their conversation giving way to comfortable silence, broken only by occasional directions from Nermina. The tattoo itself seemed to come alive beneath her hands, each wolf taking on personality and presence that went beyond mere artistic skill. When she finally set the machine down and wiped the completed sections clean, Marco could feel the design as a living presence on his skin. Not just ink and art, but something fundamental, as if she'd drawn out what was already there beneath the surface. It's finished, Nermina said, her voice holding a note of awe as she studied her work. Well, the line work and most of the shading. We'll need one more session for the final details, but the essential design is complete. Marco stood and moved to the full-length mirror, turning to view the extensive piece covering most of his back. What he saw left him momentarily speechless. The tattoo was magnificent. A pack of wolves moving through a moonlit forest, led by a powerful alpha with its head raised toward an eclipsed moon. But it was more than just the artistic quality that stunned him. The design seemed to shift subtly as he moved, the wolves appearing almost fluid, their eyes catching the light with an uncanny awareness. Nermina, he breathed, unable to find adequate words. This is, I know, she said softly, coming to stand beside him. Her fingers gently traced the outline of the lead wolf, the touch sending a pleasant shiver down Marco's spine. I don't know how to explain it, but it feels like I didn't create this so much as reveal it, like it was already there, waiting. Their eyes met in the mirror, the moment charged with understanding that transcended ordinary connection. Marco turned to face her, fighting the urge to pull her into his arms, to claim her lips with his and see if the strengthened wolf connection would hold during even more intimate contact. Professional boundaries won out. Barely. Nermina was still his tattoo artist, at least until she finished bandaging his back and they completed the aftercare instructions. But something had shifted between them, a deepening that went beyond physical attraction or even emotional connection, something ancient and powerful that neither fully comprehended yet. After carefully covering the fresh tattoo and reviewing care instructions that they both knew were largely unnecessary given his werewolf healing, Marco reluctantly pulled his shirt back on. The tattoo hummed against his skin, a pleasant warmth radiating outward from the design. "How does it feel?" Nermina asked as she cleaned her equipment. "Powerful," Marco answered honestly, "like something was reactivated that I didn't even know was dormant." He flexed his shoulders experimentally. "My wolf feels closer to the surface but completely under control, balanced in a way it hasn't been since we met." Nermina's smile held both relief and pride. "So the reverse shifting might be resolving?" "It seems that way," Marco agreed, though he wondered if a more thorough test might be needed to confirm the theory, one that involved much closer contact than they'd risked since the rainy night at her apartment. The thought sent heat pooling low in his abdomen, and he quickly redirected his focus before his improved wolf connection manifested in ways that would be obvious to Nermina's observant eyes. "I should let you close up," he said, retrieving his jacket from the hook by the door. "Thank you, Nermina. Not just for the tattoo, but for everything." The depth of emotion in his voice made her look up from her cleanup, her green eyes softening as they met his. "You're welcome, Marco. For everything." The simple exchange carried undertones that both felt, but neither was quite ready to articulate. Marco nodded, turning toward the door before he could give in to the impulse to stay longer, to explore this new balance between them more thoroughly. Outside, the cool evening air helped clear his head as he walked toward his car. The tattoo on his back radiated a pleasant warmth that seemed to flow through his entire system, connecting him more firmly to his wolf nature than he'd felt in weeks. He rolled his shoulders experimentally, delighting in the sensation of his wolf responding to his call instead of retreating from it. "Better, isn't it?" A familiar voice spoke from the shadows beside his vehicle. Marco didn't flinch, having caught Howlett's scent even with his previously diminished senses. Now, with his abilities seemingly enhanced by Nermina's tattoo, he'd been aware of the elder's presence before he even spoke. "Much better," Marco confirmed, turning to face the older werewolf, "though I suspect you knew it would be." Howlett stepped forward, his aged face severe in the streetlight's glow. "I had hopes, but no certainties. The old ways are largely lost to us. We're working from fragments of knowledge, testing theories with precious little guidance." Marco studied his mentor carefully. "You've been planning this for a long time, haven't you? Finding Nermina, bringing us together." "Planning? No," Howlett shook his head. "Preparing? Yes. There's a difference, lad." "She mentioned something interesting during the session," Marco said, watching Howlett's reaction closely. "A phrase her grandmother used about their ancestors. Those who marked the skin of beast men. The exact term from our oldest texts for soul markers." Howlett's expression remained impassive, but Marco caught the subtle shift in his scent that indicated he'd struck a significant point. "Her grandmother knew," Marco continued, certainty growing. "She was protecting Nermina, passing down the knowledge as folklore until she was ready." "Elsbeth Blackwood was a wise woman," Howlett agreed, confirming Marco's suspicion that he'd known Nermina's grandmother. "She understood the dangers of revealing too much too soon." "And now?" Marco pressed. "What dangers are we exposing Nermina to by awakening these abilities?" Howlett's pale blue eyes hardened. "The same dangers that have always existed for those who stand between worlds. The same enemies who murdered your parents." The blunt reminder of his parents' fate sent a cold shock through Marco's system. "The Silverthorn Pack? What do they have to do with soul markers?" "Everything," Howlett said grimly. "It's time you learned the prophecy's full meaning, Marco. Not just the parts I shared with the Pack Council." The elder gestured toward his car, parked farther down the street. "But not here. Some knowledge requires proper surroundings and..." His gaze flicked to Marco's back, where the new tattoo remained hidden beneath his clothing. Bring her to the sacred grounds tomorrow night. Both of you need to hear what I have to say." "Both of us?" Marco echoed, surprised by the inclusion. Pack's sacred grounds were typically forbidden to outsiders. "She's not an outsider, Marco." Howlett's voice softened with unexpected emotion. "She never was. That's what the prophecy has been telling us all along." As the elder walked away toward his car, Marco remained beside his vehicle, processing the implications of Howlett's words. Whatever revelation awaited them tomorrow night, it would change everything. For him, for Naramina, and for the delicate balance they'd been establishing between them. His back tingled where her artwork had transformed his skin, the pack of wolves seeming to move with his breath beneath the bandages. Something ancient and powerful had awakened tonight under Neramina's talented hands, something that went far beyond simple tattoo artistry or even his werewolf nature. Marco looked back at the shop where light still glowed in the windows as Neramina finished closing for the night. A protective urge swelled within him, his wolf rising closer to the surface than it had in weeks. Whatever dangers Howlett foresaw, whatever prophecy awaited revelation, one thing was certain: his path and Neramina's were now irrevocably intertwined. And his wolf, newly reconnected through her art, seemed perfectly content with that reality. Chapter 5. Truth and Fracture. The moon hung like a silver medallion in the velvet sky, 3/4 full and casting long shadows across the forest floor as Marco followed Howlett through the ancient woods. They had been walking for almost an hour, leaving the city far behind and venturing deep into protected wilderness that had belonged to the Leone pack since before written records existed. Marco recognized the path. He'd traveled it many times for pack ceremonies and council meetings, but tonight it felt different. The forest seemed more watchful, the shadows deeper, the whisper of wind through the leaves carrying messages he couldn't quite decipher. Even his newly invigorated wolf senses, strengthened by Neramina's tattoo, detected subtle differences in the familiar territory. "Almost there," Howlett said, his voice barely above a whisper, yet carrying clearly in the night air. The elder moved with surprising grace for his apparent age, navigating the twisting deer path without hesitation. Marco nodded, adjusting the small pack he carried containing ceremonial items Howlett had instructed him to bring. His back tingled pleasantly beneath his shirt where Neramina's artwork covered his skin. Since receiving the tattoo the previous evening, he'd noticed his senses sharpening hour by hour, the connection to his wolf nature strengthening in ways he hadn't experienced since before meeting Neramina. Whatever magic her ink contained, it was powerful medicine indeed. The trees began to thin, and Marco caught the scent of water and stone ahead. They emerged into a large clearing nestled between rocky outcroppings, a natural amphitheater illuminated by moonlight. At its center, a circle of ancient monoliths stood like silent sentinels, their surfaces etched with symbols that glowed faintly silver in the moonlight. Symbols that bore a striking resemblance to the pack markings on Marco's forearms. "The Heartstone," Howlett announced, gesturing toward a flat, altar-like boulder at the precise center of the circle. Its surface was worn smooth by centuries of ceremonial use, the edges inscribed with the same mysterious symbols that adorned the standing stones. Marco approached reverently, feeling the weight of generations pressing down upon him. Every Leone Alpha for hundreds of years had been confirmed at this stone. Pact treaties were signed here, mating bonds formalized, cubs presented to the moon for blessing. This was the most sacred site his pack possessed, a place of power and memory. "Why have you brought me here tonight?" Marco asked, though some part of him already sensed the answer. "You could have told me about the prophecy anywhere." Howlett moved to stand beside the Heartstone, placing his weathered hands upon its smooth surface. "Some truths can only be properly understood in the right place, lad. This stone has witnessed the entire history between werewolves and soul markers, the alliances, the betrayals, the separation, and the prophecy of reunion." The elder's pale blue eyes seemed to glow in the moonlight, reflecting an inner wolf that rarely showed itself these days. "Besides, I needed to be certain." "Certain of what? That her work took hold in you?" Howlett nodded toward Marco's back. "That the connection has been re-established," Marco frowned. "How would bringing me here confirm that?" In answer, Howlett gestured toward the monoliths surrounding them. "Look closely at the stones, lad. Really look." Marco turned slowly, studying the ancient monoliths. At first, he saw only the familiar pack symbols etched into their surfaces, the same marks he'd grown up seeing. But as he concentrated, allowing his enhanced senses to fully engage, something extraordinary happened. New symbols appeared, or rather, symbols that had always been there but had somehow been invisible to him before. They glowed with a subtle blue luminescence between and around the pack markings, forming intricate patterns that complemented and completed the werewolf symbols. "What am I seeing?" Marco breathed, turning in a full circle to take in the revelation. "The complete text," Howlett said simply. "The soul marker glyphs that form the other half of our sacred record. Only those carrying soul marker ink created with true power can perceive them." The elder's expression was solemn but satisfied. "Nermina's work is genuine. You carry her mark now, which allows you to see what has been hidden from our kind for centuries." Marco stared at the stones, awestruck by the beauty and complexity of the complete symbols. "All these years, we've only been seeing half the story." "Precisely." Howlett moved to one particular monolith, gesturing for Marco to join him. "And this is where the prophecy was recorded. The complete prophecy, not just the fragment our pack has preserved." The stone before them stood slightly taller than the others, its surface covered in more densely packed symbols. Among the werewolf glyphs Marco had always been able to see, the newly visible soul maker symbols flowed like liquid silver, forming words in an ancient language few still understood. Howlett traced the symbols with reverent fingers, translating as he went. "When the last soul maker finds her wolf, the divided bloodlines will heal." His finger moved to another line of glyphs. "The backward moon shall be her sign. The reversed nature proof of destined bond." "The backward moon," Marco repeated slowly. "My reverse shifting." Howlett nodded. "A phenomenon never before recorded in our histories. A werewolf whose nature retreats rather than emerges during moments of heightened emotion." The elder's eyes held Marco's with unwavering intensity. "You are the wolf of the prophecy, Marco. And Nermina is the last soul maker." The words hung in the night air, weighty with implication. Marco turned away, pacing the perimeter of the stone circle as he processed what Howlett was telling him. "How can you be sure," he finally asked, "about either of us?" "Because I've spent my life searching for the signs," Howlett replied. After the Great Separation, when humans turned against supernatural beings, most soul markers went into hiding. They disguised their knowledge as folklore, passed down through generations until the truth behind the stories was forgotten. Many bloodlines died out completely. The elder moved to the heartstone again, placing a small leather pouch upon its surface. "For centuries, our kinds existed separately. Werewolves in our packs, soul markers ignorant of their true heritage. But the prophecy promised that one day, the last pure soul marker bloodline would reconnect with wolves, healing the ancient breach." Marco watched as Howlett carefully opened the pouch, revealing a handful of dried herbs and what appeared to be crushed flower petals in a distinctive bluish-silver hue. "Moonflower," Marco identified, recognizing the rare plant from Howlett's stories. "The key ingredient in soul marker ink." Indeed. When this flower's essence is prepared by someone with the old blood, it creates a bridge between human artistry and werewolf nature. Howlett sprinkled a small amount of the dried petals onto the heartstone, where they seemed to shimmer in the moonlight. "I've been cultivating this plant for decades, waiting for the soul marker who could use it properly." Marco's mind raced, connecting pieces of a puzzle that had been before him all along. "The herbs you gave Nermina, the stories you told her. You've been guiding her toward rediscovering her abilities." "Guiding, yes, but the ability was always hers," Howlett corrected. "I merely provided the tools for her to remember what her blood already knew." A troubling thought occurred to Marco. Did you orchestrate our meeting in the elevator? The possibility that his connection with Nermina, something that had felt so natural, so genuine, might have been manipulated from the start, left a bitter taste in his mouth. Howlett's silence was answer enough. "You did," Marco stated flatly, anger beginning to simmer beneath his skin. "The elevator breakdown wasn't an accident." "It was necessary," Howlett finally said, his tone unapologetic. The signs indicated the time was right. You were both ready to find each other. Ready? Marco's voice rose, echoing off the surrounding stones. You manipulated both our lives based on some ancient prophecy, and you didn't think to consult either of us first? Would you have believed me? Howlett challenged. If I'd told you about a human woman who could affect your wolf nature, about a prophecy that you would experience unprecedented reverse shifting when you met her, or would you have dismissed it as the ramblings of an old wolf clinging to legends? Marco had no answer for that. He likely would have been skeptical at best. I created an opportunity, Howlett continued, nothing more. What happened between you after that elevator, the connection you formed, the feelings that developed, those are entirely your own. Marco paced the stone circle, struggling to reconcile his anger at being manipulated with the undeniable truth of his feelings for Nermina. How can I be sure? He demanded. How do I know what I feel for her is real and not some prophetic compulsion? Howlett's expression softened slightly. The prophecy doesn't create feelings, lad. It merely predicts the possibility of connection. The choice to pursue that connection, to nurture it, to deepen it, those have been your choices, and hers. Marco wasn't entirely convinced. You still should have told me. Perhaps, Howlett acknowledged, but there is more at stake here than your pride or even your heart. The elder's face grew grave. The rest of the prophecy speaks of danger, of those who would prevent the healing of our bloodlines. Marco's attention sharpened. What kind of danger? Howlett gestured to another section of symbols on the tall monolith. When the last soul marker awakens, those who fear unity will rise against her. The Dark Pack seeks the power for themselves, to bind rather than heal, to control rather than unite. A chill ran down Marco's spine. The Silverthorn Pack, he guessed, naming the rival werewolves who had killed his parents years ago. Howlett nodded grimly. They've always coveted the power of soul markers. In the ancient days, they tried to force soul markers to create tattoos that would enhance their abilities without the mutual respect our ancestors established. When that failed, they became part of the movement to separate our kinds, preferring to eliminate what they couldn't control. The elder's blue eyes had hardened to ice. They never stopped searching. And now, as Nermina's powers awaken, they will sense it. Some may already have. Marco's protective instincts flared instantly. Is she in danger now? Not immediate danger. They aren't certain yet, but as her abilities grow, as her connection to you deepens, they will become more sure. Howlett looked up at the moon, his expression troubled. That's why I finally brought you here tonight. You needed to understand the full scope of what we face. Marco absorbed this new information, his anger at Howlett's manipulation now tempered by concern for Nermina's safety. Does she know any of this? About the prophecy, about the danger? No. I've shared stories, guided her toward rediscovering her heritage, but not the prophecy itself. Howlett met Marco's gaze directly. That revelation should come from you, as her wolf. Her wolf, Marco repeated, the phrase sending an unexpected thrill through his system despite his lingering frustration. You're assuming a lot, old man. Howlett's lips curved in a knowing smile. Am I? The reverse shifting has already begun to stabilize since she tattooed you. The next step would be to complete the bond between you, a true soul marker bond, created through ritual and choice. And if we don't want that? Marco challenged, though even as he said the words, something deep inside him rejected the possibility. If either of us chooses a different path, then the prophecy remains unfulfilled, Howlett said simply. And both our kinds continue in separation, with the soul marker knowledge dying out completely when Nermina's line ends. The elder's voice dropped lower. And the Silverthorn Pack will still come for her, prophecy or no. Her abilities are too valuable to them, especially now that she's beginning to master them. Marco turned away, staring out into the dark forest beyond the stone circle. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on his shoulders, not just for Nermina's safety, but for the future, Howlett described. The choice to pursue what was growing between them had just become infinitely more complicated. You should have told me sooner, Marco said finally, his anger cooled but not entirely gone. Both of us deserved to know what we were walking into. Perhaps, Howlett conceded, but prophecies are tricky things, lad. Sometimes knowing too much, too soon, can prevent them from unfolding naturally. Marco snorted. There's nothing natural about manipulating an elevator breakdown. A necessary nudge, Howlett corrected with a hint of humor. The magic was already there, waiting. I merely arranged for you both to be in the right place at the right time. As much as Marco wanted to maintain his righteous anger, he couldn't deny the results of Howlett's meddling. Meeting Nermina had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The connection between them, complicated as it was by reverse shifting and prophecies, felt more right than anything he'd experienced before. What happens now? He asked finally. Howlett began gathering his ceremonial items, returning them to the leather pouch. Now you decide what to tell Nermina and when. The full moon is in 3 days, traditionally a powerful time for soul marker bonding ceremonies, should you both choose that path. The implication hung in the air between them. Under normal circumstances, 3 days would be rushed for such a significant decision, but with the Silverthorn Pack potentially becoming aware of Nermina's awakening abilities, time was not a luxury they possessed. And if she rejects all of this, Marco voiced his deepest fear. The prophecy, the bond, me? Howlett's expression softened with unexpected compassion. Then we protect her anyway, as is our duty to her bloodline. But, Marco, the elder placed a weathered hand on his shoulder. What lies between you and Nermina transcends prophecy. I may have arranged your meeting, but I didn't create the spark between you. That comes from something deeper than Old Wolf's manipulations. Marco wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. Whatever his conflicted feelings about Howlett's methods, the elders' intentions had always been to protect both their kinds. As they prepared to leave the sacred ground, Marco took one last look at the ancient monoliths with their newly visible soul marker symbols intertwining with the werewolf glyphs he'd known all his life. The complete text told a story of partnership, of complementary strengths, of bloodlines meant to support each other rather than exist in isolation. It was beautiful, and it resonated with something deep inside him, something that had recognized Nermina from the first moment in that elevator, before he knew anything about prophecies or soul markers or reverse shifting. That recognition, at least, had been entirely his own. Of that much he was certain. Marco's apartment was eerily quiet as Nermina let herself in with the spare key he'd given her last week. The simple act of entrusting her with access to his private space had felt significant at the time, a tangible symbol of the trust growing between them. Now, as she stepped inside, calling his name and receiving no answer, she felt a strange mixture of comfort and intrusion. "Marco?" she called once more, setting her portfolio case on his kitchen counter. When no response came, she checked her phone again, rereading his message from earlier. He'd borrowed her special brushes and some reference materials for a project he was working on, and said she could pick them up any time. Technically, she could have waited until he returned, but curiosity about what project required her specialized art supplies had drawn her here. That and the growing need to see him again. Since the tattoo session 2 days ago, a restless energy had been building in her, a constant awareness of Marco that transcended normal thoughts of a new relationship. Sometimes she swore she could feel him across the city, sense his emotions like distant weather. It was unsettling and exhilarating in equal measure, another piece of the increasingly supernatural puzzle they seemed to be assembling together. Nermina moved through the apartment, admiring again the balance of masculine practicality and unexpected artistic touches. The hand-forged metal lamp beside a worn leather armchair, the collection of natural objects arranged on floating shelves, the workspace in the corner where mechanical tools were organized with precision alongside art supplies. The space felt like Marco, solid, thoughtful, with depths that weren't immediately apparent. Her supplies weren't on the coffee table or kitchen counter. Nermina checked his workspace, finding mechanical sketches, but not her brushes or reference books. Only one area remained unexplored, the hallway leading to his bedroom and bathroom. She hesitated, the intimacy of entering his sleeping space making her pause despite the key that gave her technical permission to be here. But if he'd been using her art supplies for a project, the most logical place would be somewhere private, somewhere comfortable. Decision made, Nermina moved down the hallway, passing the open door of his bathroom to approach his bedroom. The door was partially ajar, and she pushed it open gently, taking in the king-sized bed with its simple charcoal duvet, the large windows with their view of the city, the nightstand with its single-framed photo of what must be his parents. No art supplies here either. Frowning now, Nermina turned to leave, and noticed something she'd overlooked. Beside his closet was another door, narrower than standard and painted the same color as the walls, making it blend almost seamlessly with its surroundings. It was slightly ajar, a sliver of unusual bluish light spilling from within. Curiosity overrode hesitation. Nermina approached the door, pushing it open further to reveal a room she hadn't known existed. A hidden space roughly the size of a large walk-in closet, but fitted out for an entirely different purpose. The blue light came from a specialized lamp mounted on the ceiling, its spectral quality reminiscent of moonlight. The walls were lined with shelves containing leather-bound journals, glass vials of what appeared to be herbs, and several carefully labeled specimen containers. A padded bench occupied one wall, surrounded by unusual restraints anchored to the floor and wall. Most striking were the deep gouges in one corner, claw marks that scarred the otherwise immaculate walls, too large to have been made by any house cat. Nermina stepped fully into the room, her heart racing as the evidence before her confirmed what Marco had been telling her all along. This was a werewolf's shifting den, a safe space for transformation, for containing the wild energy of a wolf in human dwelling. With trembling fingers, she reached for one of the specimen containers, lifting it to examine the contents. Coarse animal hair labeled in neat handwriting, first full shift after summer solstice. Another contained what appeared to be shed claws. A third held a tooth that was definitely canine in origin, but unnervingly large. On a small writing desk lay an open journal, the page marked with a ribbon. Nermina knew she should respect Marco's privacy, but the title at the top of the page drew her eye irresistibly. Reverse Shifting Episodes and Nermina Connection. Her own name, written in his precise handwriting, seemed to leap from the page. Before she could reconsider, she was reading his private thoughts. Day 37 since first meeting. Reverse shifting episodes continue whenever physical/emotional connection within intensifies. Today's tattoo session created unexpected result, strengthening rather than weakening of wolf connection. Possible reasons: 1, her ink definitely contains soul marker properties, though she created it instinctively. 2, the design itself, wolf pack, seems to resonate with my nature. 3, growing bond between us, stabilizing both sides of my nature. Howlett suggests complete honesty, soon agrees tattoo is significant breakthrough, must find way to explain prophecy without frightening her or sounding insane. Most concerning development. Caught unknown wolf scent near her shop yesterday. Silverthorn Scout? Need to increase security without alarming N. Nermina's hands shook as she carefully closed the journal. This was real. All of it. Werewolves, soul markers, whatever this prophecy involved. Marco hadn't been speaking metaphorically or suffering delusions. He'd been telling her the truth, a truth she'd been both drawn to and skeptical of. As if conjured by her thoughts, the sound of the apartment door opening reached her ears, followed by Marco's voice calling her name. "In here," she replied, her voice steadier than she felt. Footsteps approached, then paused in the bedroom doorway. A moment later, Marco appeared in the den entrance, his expression shifting from surprise to resignation as he took in the scene. Nermina standing amidst the evidence of his supernatural nature, the open specimen containers, the journal she'd just been reading. "I was looking for my art supplies," she explained unnecessarily. "They're in my workshop," Marco replied quietly, "in the drawer beneath the blueprints." Silence stretched between them, taut with unspoken questions and revelations. Nermina gestured at the room around them. "So it's all true. Everything you've been trying to tell me. You really are a werewolf." Marco nodded slowly. "Yes." "And Howlett? Your pack members who come to my shop for tattoos?" "All werewolves," he confirmed, "though some are from allied packs, not just mine." Nermina picked up one of the specimen containers, examining the coarse wolf hair inside. Why didn't you just show me this place sooner? It would have been easier than trying to shift in front of me when you knew you were having problems. Marco stepped into the room, moving carefully as if afraid of startling her. Showing a human a shifting den is significant. It's one of the most private spaces a werewolf has. Even pack members respect each other's dens as strictly personal territory. The implication hung in the air between them, that bringing her here would have been an act of profound trust and intimacy. But you're showing me now, she observed. Now, I don't have a choice, Marco said, a hint of wryness in his tone. You found it on your own. Despite the tension of the moment, Nermina felt her lips twitch toward a smile. I was looking for my brushes, I know. Marco moved further into the room, coming to stand beside her. I should have told you they were in the workshop. I should have told you a lot of things sooner. Something in his voice, a new gravity, a weight of decision, caught Nermina's attention. Like what? Marco's amber eyes held hers, more intense than she'd ever seen them. Like the real reason Howlett brought us together, like the prophecy that's been guiding his actions for decades. Nermina's breath caught. Prophecy? Marco gestured to the small bench against the wall. You might want to sit down for this. She complied, perching on the edge of the padded surface, suddenly aware that this was where Marco sat during his transformations, where his body changed from human to wolf and back again. Last night, Howlett took me to our pack's sacred ground, Marco began, pacing the small space as he spoke. He finally revealed the complete prophecy that he's been keeping from both of us. As Marco explained what he'd learned about soul markers and werewolves once being allies, about the great separation that drove them apart, about a prophecy that spoke of the last soul marker finding her wolf with the backward moon, Nermina felt a curious sense of recognition. The story resonated with the folklore her grandmother had shared, filling in gaps that the old tales had left mysterious. So Howlett believes I'm this last soul marker, she said when Marco paused. And you're the wolf with the backward moon, the reverse shifting. Marco nodded, watching her closely for her reaction. The prophecy says that when we find each other, the divided bloodlines will heal. Whatever that means exactly, Nermina processed this, connecting it with her newfound abilities with the special ink, with the strange connection she'd been feeling to Marco, with her grandmother's stories that suddenly seemed less like folklore and more like disguised history. And Howlett arranged for us to meet, she said slowly. The elevator breakdown wasn't an accident. No. Marco confirmed, his expression darkening slightly. He orchestrated it based on the prophecy. Something cold settled in Nermina's stomach. So our meeting wasn't chance. Our connection isn't natural. The implications hit her like a physical blow. Everything between us has been guided by this prophecy, by Howlett's manipulations? Marco moved toward her quickly, kneeling before her to take her hands. No, Nermina, our meeting was arranged, yes, but everything after? What's grown between us? That's been genuine, at least. He hesitated, vulnerability flickering across his features. It has been for me. Nermina looked down at their joined hands, trying to separate what she felt from what might be supernatural influence. The warmth of his touch, the accelerated heartbeat his proximity always triggered, the sense of rightness she experienced in his company. Were these her real feelings or some prophetic compulsion? How can either of us know what's real? She asked quietly. Marco's grip tightened on her hands. I've been asking myself the same question since Howlett told me. But Nermina, I know what I feel for you. It goes beyond any prophecy or manipulation. The sincerity in his voice was compelling, but doubt had taken root in her mind. She'd trusted before, believed in connections that turned out to be illusion. Her ex-fiancé had seemed equally sincere when declaring his love, right until the moment he decided she was no longer convenient for his ambitions. I want to believe you, she whispered, but it's too much, Marco. Werewolves and soul markers and ancient prophecies. She pulled her hands away, standing abruptly. I need to see it. Proof that can't be explained away. Show me your wolf form. Marco rose, hope and concern warring in his expression. I've been trying to show you since the moment I realized what was happening between us. But the reverse shifting... Try again, Nermina insisted. Your tattoo has been strengthening your connection, right? You said so in your journal. She ignored his slight wince at the mention of his private writings. Show me what you are. Please. Marco held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded. Stand back, he instructed, moving to the center of the small room. Nermina retreated to the doorway, watching as Marco closed his eyes, his face taking on that look of intense concentration she'd seen on his rooftop. His breathing deepened, shoulders squaring, as he extended his arms slightly from his sides, palms open. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, just as on the rooftop, a subtle change came over him. His canine teeth lengthened visibly, the amber of his eyes brightening toward gold as they opened, his fingernails extending into points that weren't quite human. Hope flared in Nermina's chest. This time it was working. She was finally seeing the proof she needed. But then, as emotion built between them, as Marco's gaze locked with hers, filled with vulnerability and hope and something deeper that neither had named yet, the partial shift began to reverse. His teeth retracted to normal human dimensions. The gold faded from his eyes. His hands returned to their human form. No, Marco muttered, frustration evident in his voice. Not again. He closed his eyes once more, his entire body tensing with effort. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he concentrated, clearly trying to force the transformation through sheer willpower. But instead of progressing, the subtle markers of his wolf nature receded further, leaving him looking more purely human than Nermina had ever seen him. When he opened his eyes again, they were completely ordinary brown, the amber highlights that normally gave them their distinctive quality entirely absent. It's happening again, he said, his voice rough with disappointment. The reverse shift, being near you, especially with emotions running high, pushes my wolf nature deeper inside instead of bringing it forward. Nermina stared at him, conflict raging within her. The den around them contained irrefutable evidence of his supernatural nature. The claw marks, the specimens, the journals detailing transformations. Yet the man standing before her looked entirely, convincingly human. I don't understand, she said, confusion and disappointment coloring her tone. If everything you're telling me is true, why can't you show me? Why does your wolf retreat exactly when you need to prove its existence? That's part of the prophecy, Marco explained, frustration edging his words. The backward moon? My wolf retreating instead of emerging when we're together. It's a sign that we're the ones from the prophecy, not proof that I'm lying. But the explanation sounded hollow without the physical evidence to support it, like a convenient excuse, a way to maintain an elaborate fantasy when challenged to provide proof. So I'm just supposed to believe all of this on faith? Nermina demanded, gesturing around the den. Werewolves, soul markers, ancient prophecies, all of it. Just take your word for it? Even though every time you try to show me, nothing happens? Marco stepped toward her, his expression pained. I know how it sounds. But Nermina, you've seen the effects of your tattoos on pack members. You've created soul marker ink from dreams and instinct alone. You can see my pack markings more clearly than any normal human should be able to. Deep down, you know this is real. She did know it. That was the maddening part. Something inside her recognized the truth in what he was saying, had always recognized it. But another part, the part that had been hurt before, that had sworn never to be so easily deceived again, rebelled against accepting something so fantastic without concrete proof. And beneath it all lay a deeper fear, one she was only now confronting. If the prophecy was real, were her feelings for Marco equally genuine? Or was she being pushed toward him by forces beyond her control? Even if I believe you about werewolves, she said slowly, there's still the prophecy. Howlett manipulating us, pushing us together to fulfill some ancient prediction. Her voice hardened. I've been manipulated before, Marco, led to believe in a connection that was manufactured for someone else's purposes. Understanding dawned in Marco's eyes. "Your ex?" he said quietly. "You think this is the same situation, isn't it?" Nermina challenged. "Someone orchestrating circumstances to make us believe we're meant to be together? Using me for their own agenda?" "No," Marco insisted, taking another step toward her. "Howlett may have arranged our meeting, but he didn't create what's between us. That's ours, Nermina. Only ours." He reached for her, but she stepped back, needing distance to think clearly. The hurt that flashed across his face nearly broke her resolve. "I need time," she said, her voice steadier than she felt. "This is too much, too fast. Werewolves and prophecies and whatever a soul marker bond means." "There's something else you should know," Marco said, his expression growing grave. "The rest of the prophecy speaks of danger. A rival pack, the Silverthorn Wolves. They've been enemies of soul markers for centuries. As your abilities awaken, they'll sense it. They'll come for you." Nermina stared at him, disbelief warring with the cold certainty that he believed what he was saying. "So now I'm in danger from rival werewolf packs? This keeps getting better." "I'm trying to protect you," Marco insisted, frustration evident in his voice. "This isn't a game or a fantasy, Nermina. The threat is real. I need you to believe that, even if you need time to process everything else." Something in his tone, the genuine fear for her safety, penetrated her angry confusion. Whatever else might be happening, Marco's concern was real, but she still needed space, needed to sort truth from manipulation, needed to understand her own feelings, apart from prophetic influence. "I believe you believe it," she said finally, "but I can't. I won't be maneuvered into a relationship based on prophecy or supernatural destiny or whatever this is supposed to be." Her voice cracked slightly despite her efforts to keep it steady. "I need to know what's real, Marco. What's actually mine to choose." Marco's expression softened, understanding and hurt mingling in his two human eyes. "I respect that," he said quietly. "Take whatever time you need. But please, be careful. If you notice anything unusual, anyone watching your shop, any strangers paying too much attention, call me immediately." Nermina nodded, unable to speak past the tightness in her throat. She turned to leave, needing to escape the confines of the den with its overwhelming evidence of a world she wasn't sure she was ready to fully enter. Marco followed her into the bedroom, keeping a respectful distance as she gathered her portfolio case from the kitchen counter. At the apartment door she paused, a maelstrom of emotions making it impossible to leave without one final gesture. Turning back, she crossed to where Marco stood watching her with that wounded expression that made her heart ache despite her anger and confusion. Without giving herself time to reconsider, she rose on tiptoes and pressed her lips to his in a kiss that contained all the conflicted emotions storming through her: frustration, longing, confusion, and something deeper that terrified her with its intensity. For a breathless moment, Marco remained frozen in surprise. Then his arms came around her, pulling her against him as he returned the kiss with equal fervor. The connection between them flared like a physical force, electric and undeniable. When they broke apart, both breathing heavily, Nermina noticed with shock that Marco's eyes had shifted, amber highlights dancing in the brown. His canines slightly more pronounced than normal human teeth. For the briefest moment, she glimpsed what he'd been trying to show her: the wolf beneath the human facade. The sight should have reassured her, confirmed his claims. Instead, it only deepened her confusion. If kissing him brought his wolf nature forward now, after all the times it had retreated, what did that mean? Was it further proof of some supernatural destiny neither of them fully understood? "I can't be part of someone else's fairy tale again, Marco," she whispered, stepping back from his embrace. "Not even one written in an ancient prophecy." Before he could respond, she turned and walked out, closing the door firmly behind her. In the hallway, she leaned against the wall for a moment, struggling to regain her composure as tears threatened. She had seen the truth with her own eyes. Both in the den's evidence and in the brief glimpse of Marco's partial shift after their kiss, werewolves were real. Soul markers might be real, the prophecy linking them might be genuine, but that didn't mean she had to surrender her free will or her heart to supernatural manipulation. She needed time to understand what was real and what was influenced by powers beyond her control. Time to decide if what she felt for Marco was genuine emotion or prophetic compulsion. As she finally pushed away from the wall and headed for the elevator, Nermina didn't notice the dark sedan parked across the street, or the man watching Marco's building with predatory interest, his eyes reflecting an unnatural silver in the gathering dusk. Nermina's fingers hovered over Marco's name in her appointment book, the red marker in her other hand poised to strike through the remaining sessions she'd scheduled to complete his back tattoo. 3 days had passed since she'd discovered his den and stormed out of his apartment. 3 days of ignoring his calls and texts. 3 days of trying to make sense of a world that had suddenly expanded to include werewolves and soul markers and ancient prophecies. With a decisive stroke, she drew a line through his name. The finality of the action should have brought relief, a clean break from the complications he represented. Instead, it left a hollow ache in her chest that no amount of rationalization could ease. Her phone vibrated again, the 7th time today. The screen displayed Marco's name and a simple message: "Please talk to me. We need to figure this out together." Nermina set the phone face down on her desk, unwilling to block his number completely, but equally unwilling to engage. She needed time and space to sort through what was happening, to determine how much of her attraction to Marco was genuine and how much might be influenced by whatever supernatural connection existed between them. The shop was quiet today, unusually so. She'd had 3 cancellations already, all from Marco's pack members who had been scheduled for wolf-themed tattoos. Word was clearly spreading through their community that something had happened between her and Marco. With a sigh, Nermina turned to her workbench where her latest batch of special ink sat in small glass vials. She had spent the morning attempting to recreate the formula that had worked so well on Marco's tattoo, following the same process, using the same herbs in the same proportions. But something was wrong. The colors lacked the luminescent quality of her previous batches, appearing flat and ordinary despite her meticulous approach. "Why aren't you working?" she muttered, holding a vial up to the light. The ink looked lifeless, lacking the subtle shimmer that had characterized her successful formulations. A chilling thought occurred to her. What if her ability to create the special ink was somehow dependent on Marco's presence? What if the soul marker talents Howlett had described only functioned properly when she was connected to her wolf? The implications were disturbing. If she couldn't separate her professional abilities from her personal connection to Marco, how could she be sure of anything? Her independence, her artistic talents, even her business success might be tied to a relationship orchestrated by supernatural forces beyond her control. The bell above the shop door chimed, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. Nermina quickly composed herself, expecting a client despite the lack of appointments on her schedule. Instead, Elder Howlett stood in her reception area, his weathered face grave beneath his silver-white hair. He leaned slightly on a carved wooden cane, appearing more his apparent age than she'd ever seen him. "Mrs. Blackwood," he greeted her, formally. "I believe we need to talk." Anger flared instantly, hot and sharp in Nermina's chest. This man had manipulated her life, orchestrated her meeting with Marco, guided her toward rediscovering abilities she hadn't known she possessed, all to fulfill some ancient prophecy she'd never consented to be part of. "I have nothing to say to you," she replied coldly, moving behind her reception desk as if it could create a barrier between them. "Please leave my shop." "I understand your anger," Howlett said, making no move to depart, "but there are things you need to know. About your heritage, about the danger you face, and about Marco's condition." The last part caught her attention, despite her determination to remain unmoved. Marco's condition, Howlett's pale blue eyes met hers directly. "He's deteriorating. Without the connection to you, the reverse shifting is progressing. He's unable to access his wolf nature at all now, not even the partial shifts he could manage before." A twist of concern wound through Nermina's anger. She remembered the brief glimpse of Marco's wolf nature after their kiss in his apartment. The amber highlights in his eyes, the slightly elongated canines that had appeared momentarily before she'd walked out. "That's not my responsibility," she said, even as something inside her rejected the words. "I didn't ask to be part of this prophecy or whatever supernatural drama you've dragged me into." "No, you didn't," Hallett agreed, surprising her with his candor. Neither did Marco. Neither did your grandmother or her mother before her. The soul marker lineage doesn't ask permission before it manifests, any more than a werewolf chooses to be born with the shifting gene. My grandmother knew about all this? Nermina asked, unable to contain her curiosity despite her resolve to send Howlett away. Elspeth knew some, not all, Howlett replied. She was aware of her family's connection to werewolves, aware that the gift might manifest in you. But she died before she could prepare you properly. His expression softened slightly. She was a remarkable woman. You have her strength. The casual mention of her grandmother's name startled Nermina. You knew her personally? For many years, Howlett confirmed. We worked together to preserve the old knowledge, to prepare for the prophecy's fulfillment. She disguised what she could as folklore, passing the essential truths to you in stories while protecting you from those who would exploit your abilities. Nermina's grip tightened on the edge of the desk. The mention of her beloved grandmother, the woman who had nurtured her artistic talents, who had filled her childhood with stories that now appeared to be disguised history, weakened her resolve to remain detached from Howlett's explanations. What does Marco's condition have to do with me? She asked, steering the conversation away from more personal territory. Everything, Howlett said simply. You've begun a soul marker bond through your artwork on his skin. Such bonds, once initiated, require completion, or they can cause harm to both parties, particularly the werewolf. That's convenient, Nermina replied, skepticism hardening her voice. Another supernatural complication that conveniently pushes us together. It's not about convenience, Howlett countered, a hint of steel entering his tone. It's about balance. Your abilities as a soul marker are awakening, but they're unstable without the wolf connection they were designed to complement. That's why your inks aren't working properly today. Nermina glanced involuntarily toward her workbench, where the failed ink formulations sat in their vials. Howlett's knowing look confirmed he'd understood the significance of her reaction. You're experiencing the imbalance from your side, he continued. Marco's experiencing it from his, but his situation is more immediately dangerous. A werewolf cut off from his wolf nature becomes physically vulnerable. His natural healing slows, his strength diminishes, his senses dull to human levels. And this is happening to Marco now? Nermina asked, unable to keep concern from coloring her voice. Howlett nodded grimly. He's weakening by the day. The pack is worried, and not just for his health. A vulnerable wolf, especially one from a bloodline as strong as Marco's, creates instability in the pack structure. What does that mean exactly? It means others may challenge his position. It means rival packs may see an opportunity to strike. Howlett's blue eyes held hers with uncomfortable intensity. The Silverthorn pack is already watching. They've sensed the disturbance in the balance of power, and they've connected it to you. A chill ran down Nermina's spine. Marco had mentioned the Silverthorn wolves, the ones who had killed his parents, who had historically sought to control or eliminate soul markers rather than form partnerships with them. You're saying I'm in danger, she stated flatly. Increasing danger, Howlett confirmed. My sources tell me Silverthorn scouts have been watching your shop for the past 2 days. They suspect your significance, but aren't yet certain. Once they confirm you're a soul marker, they won't hesitate to act. Nermina's mind flashed to the strange sensation she'd had recently. The feeling of being watched when leaving her shop late at night, the occasional glimpse of unfamiliar figures lingering across the street. She'd dismissed these observations as paranoia fueled by Marco's warnings, but now, what do they want from me? She asked, her voice steadier than she felt. Your abilities, Howlett said simply. The Silverthorn believes soul markers should serve werewolves, enhancing their powers through forced tattooing rather than mutual partnership. They seek dominance, not balance. The bluntness of his explanation left no room for misinterpretation. The threat was real, regardless of her feelings about prophecies or supernatural manipulation. And you expect me to just accept all of this? Nermina demanded, frustration breaking through her composed exterior. To embrace some mystical destiny, complete a bond with Marco, and step into a world of werewolf politics and ancient feuds, all on your word? Howlett regarded her thoughtfully. No, he said finally. I expect you to seek your own verification, to trust your instincts and your intellect. He reached into his pocket, withdrawing a small package wrapped in brown paper. This might help with that process. He placed the package on the reception desk between them. Before Nermina could respond, he turned toward the door. Marco doesn't know I came here, Howlett added, pausing with his hand on the doorknob. He respects your request for space, but time is a luxury we may not have much longer. His pale eyes held a warning she couldn't dismiss. Be cautious, Nermina Blackwood. Trust no strangers until this is resolved, one way or another. With that cryptic parting, he left, the shop bell chiming softly behind him. Nermina stared at the package, reluctant to open it yet unable to ignore it. Finally, with cautious fingers, she unwrapped the brown paper to reveal a small wooden box carved with the now familiar crescent moon and wolf symbols. Inside lay a sealed glass vial containing a dark crimson liquid. Blood. And a folded note in Marco's distinctive handwriting. With trembling fingers, she opened it. Nermina, this is who I am. Test it if you don't believe me. The truth is in my blood. Whatever you decide about the prophecy about us, please understand that the danger from Silverthorn is real. Be careful. Let me protect you, even if you choose not to be with me. Marco Nermina set the note down, staring at the vial of blood with a mixture of disbelief and grudging appreciation for the direct approach. It was a tangible, scientifically verifiable way to prove or disprove Marco's claims about being supernatural. She closed the box carefully, her mind already turning to possibilities. Her friend Jasmine worked in a medical research lab at the university. She'd helped Nermina once before when she needed to analyze the metallic content of certain pigments for tattoo safety. Perhaps she could help again, running tests on this most unusual sample. As Nermina locked up her shop early that evening, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Across the street, a dark sedan with tinted windows had been parked in the same spot all day, its occupants never visible but somehow radiating menace. She clutched Marco's blood sample tightly in her pocket as she hurried to her car, suddenly grateful for the setting sun that would soon plunge the city into darkness. The weight of Marco's warning pressed on her. The danger might be more immediate than she'd allowed herself to believe. Miles away, in the Leone Pack's main den, Marco lay on a bed in the medical ward, his skin pale and clammy as Imani, the pack healer, checked his vitals with growing concern. Your temperature's dropped another degree, she reported, frowning at the thermometer. 96.8, almost human normal. And your heart rate is elevated, trying to compensate for the reduced oxygen efficiency. Marco nodded weakly, too exhausted to respond verbally. The past 3 days had seen a rapid deterioration in his condition. What had begun as difficulty accessing his wolf had progressed to a complete inability to sense his animal nature at all. Now his body was forgetting how to function with the supernatural resilience that had sustained him since birth. The pack is worried, Imani continued, mixing herbs in a mortar and pestle beside his bed. The sharp medicinal scent would normally have been overwhelming to his werewolf senses. Today, he could barely detect it. Devin and Kai have been running extra perimeter checks. We've picked up Silverthorn's scents too close to our territory lines. Nermina, Marco managed, his voice hoarse. They'll go after her first. Howlett has people watching her shop and apartment, Imani assured him, and Devin assigned 2 of our best to shadow her movements, a hollow comfort given his current inability to protect Nermina himself. The instinct to guard her, to keep her safe from threats, clawed at him even as his physical strength ebbed. Whatever complications existed between them, whatever hurt and confusion the prophecy had caused, his need to ensure her safety transcended all other concerns. How long? He asked, meeting Imani's dark eyes directly. The healer didn't pretend to misunderstand. If the deterioration continues at this rate, 3 days, maybe 4, before your body loses the necessary balance between human and wolf physiology. She squeezed his hand gently. We're doing everything we can, but without completing the soul marker bond. She didn't need to finish the thought. They both knew what hung in the balance. Marco closed his eyes, exhaustion pulling at him. She deserves to choose freely, he murmured. Not because of a prophecy, not because my life depends on it. Choice exists even within destiny, Imani replied softly. Your parents chose each other, despite family expectations to the contrary. Prophecy or no, the path you and Nermina take is shaped by your decisions, not just predetermined forces. Marco hoped she was right. He hoped even more that he would live long enough to see what choices Nermina would make once she understood the full truth. His hand moved to his back, where her tattoo still hummed against his skin, the one part of him that still felt connected to his wolf nature, however faintly. The pack of wolves she'd created seemed to move with his breathing, a constant reminder of what they could be together if given the chance. The university lab was quiet at this late hour, most researchers having gone home for the day. Jasmine Wong, however, was still at her workstation, her dark hair pulled back in a practical ponytail as she peered into a microscope with intense concentration. "This is not normal blood," she said finally, looking up at Nermina with confusion etched on her features. "I mean, it has all the components of human blood, red cells, white cells, plasma, but the cellular structure is unlike anything I've ever seen." Nermina leaned closer, though she couldn't interpret the microscopic image displayed on Jasmine's computer screen. "Different how?" "The cells appear to be in a constant state of flux," Jasmine explained, adjusting the magnification. "Almost as if they're trying to shift between two different states. And the mitochondrial density is off the charts, like each cell has an enhanced energy production capacity." "Could it be animal blood?" Nermina asked carefully, trying to guide her friend's analysis without revealing too much. Jasmine shook her head. "It's definitely human compatible. The basic markers are there, but it's carrying genetic sequences I can't identify." She glanced up at Nermina, curiosity evident in her expression. "Where did you get this sample? And why the mysterious request to analyze it after hours?" Nermina had prepared a cover story, but looking at her friend's open, honest face, she found herself reluctant to lie directly. "It's research for a client with unusual medical needs. They're concerned about privacy." Not entirely false, though far from the complete truth. "Well, your client has the most unusual blood I've ever examined," Jasmine said, turning back to the microscope. "I'd need to run more comprehensive tests to tell you exactly what we're looking at, but preliminary analysis shows significantly enhanced regenerative capabilities at the cellular level." "Meaning?" Nermina prompted. "Meaning whoever this blood came from should heal faster than normal, resist disease more effectively, and potentially age more slowly than the average human." Jasmine made some additional notes on her tablet. "If I didn't know better, I'd say we were looking at some kind of genetic modification. But these structures appear completely natural. They've evolved this way, or been born this way," Nermina thought, a chill running down her spine as the scientific evidence confirmed what Marco had been telling her all along. This was werewolf blood, biological proof of his supernatural nature. "There's something else," Jasmine continued, frowning at her screen. "The sample appears to be degrading rapidly, not normal deterioration. It's almost like the cells are losing their unique properties, reverting to a more standard human configuration." Marco's condition worsening, Nermina realized, the physical evidence of what Howlett had described. Marco's werewolf nature, fading as their uncompleted bond destabilized his physiology. "Can I get a copy of your analysis?" she asked, struggling to keep her voice casual despite the growing urgency she felt. Jasmine nodded, transferring files to a flash drive. "Sure, but I'd really like to run more tests. This could be medically significant. The regenerative capabilities alone could have implications for treating degenerative diseases." "I'll check with my client," Nermina promised, already gathering her belongings. She needed time to process what she'd learned, to decide what it meant for her next steps. As Jasmine handed over the flash drive, her expression turned serious. "Nermina, whatever this is about, whatever kind of person this blood came from, be careful, okay? This level of biological uniqueness would be very interesting to certain research entities, not all of them ethical. If only Jasmine knew how right she was. Though the threat came from rival werewolves rather than unethical researchers. "I'll be careful," Nermina assured her friend, the wooden box containing Marco's blood sample now safely back in her possession. Outside the laboratory building, the night had grown cold, a thin fog rolling in from the bay to shroud the campus in mist. Nermina pulled her jacket tighter, scanning the parking lot where her car waited. The scientific confirmation of Marco's claims had settled over her like a physical weight, undeniable proof that everything else might be true as well. Werewolves, soul markers, the prophecy binding them together. As she reached her car, a prickling sensation at the nape of her neck made her pause, keys clutched defensively in her hand. Someone was watching her. She could feel it with a certainty that transcended normal human awareness. Slowly, trying not to appear alarmed, she glanced toward the edge of the parking lot, where the campus grounds met a small wooded area. There, partially concealed by fog and shadows, stood a figure, tall and unnaturally still, eyes reflecting the distant parking lot lights with an animal-like glow. Not Marco, not anyone she recognized from his pack. This presence radiated malevolence, a predatory awareness that sent primal fear coursing through her system. Silverthorn, the rival pack Howlett had warned about. With movements she forced to appear calm, Nermina unlocked her car and slid inside, locking the doors immediately. Her hands shook as she started the engine, but her mind had achieved a strange clarity. The danger was real. Marco's condition was real. Whatever complicated feelings she had about prophecies and manipulations, the immediate threats they faced required action. As she pulled out of the parking lot, carefully avoiding looking toward the woods again, Nermina made her decision. She might not be ready to embrace her role in the prophecy, or the supernatural world it represented, but she couldn't ignore Marco's deteriorating condition, especially not when she might be the only one who could help him. Pride and fear had kept her from responding to his messages, from confronting the truth his blood sample had now confirmed. But time for such hesitation had run out. Keeping one eye on her rearview mirror for signs of pursuit, Nermina pulled out her phone and, for the first time in 3 days, called Marco's number. Chapter 6. Rediscovery and Danger. Nermina's call to Marco had gone straight to voicemail, his phone presumably dead or turned off. The silence had only intensified her mounting concern, especially after the shadowy encounter in the university parking lot. She'd driven home with one eye constantly checking her rearview mirror, the flash drive with Jasmine's analysis of Marco's blood burning a hole in her pocket. Now, in the relative safety of her apartment, Nermina sat cross-legged on her living room floor, surrounded by printouts of the lab results. The scientific terminology was largely beyond her understanding, but certain phrases jumped out with alarming clarity. Cellular structure demonstrates unprecedented adaptability. Mitochondrial density exceeds human norms by 327%. DNA sequencing reveals unidentifiable markers not consistent with known human genome. Rapid deterioration of sample suggests unstable biological transition in progress. The evidence was undeniable. Marco's blood was not human, not entirely, and it was changing, deteriorating in a way that matched what Howlett had described of Marco's condition. Nermina pushed the papers aside and pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes. Everything she'd been raised to believe about the world was crumbling beneath the weight of irrefutable evidence. Werewolves existed, Marco was one of them, and if those parts of his claims were true, what about the rest? About soul markers, about her own heritage, about the prophecy that supposedly bound them together? Her gaze drifted to the corner of her bedroom visible through the open door, where a carved wooden trunk sat partially hidden beneath hanging clothes. Her grandmother's trunk. The one possession Nermina had insisted on keeping when her mother had wanted to donate Elspeth Blackwood's belongings after her death. For years it had remained closed, a tangible connection to the woman who had shaped Nermina's childhood but too painful to explore after her loss. Now it called to her with new urgency, promising answers she hadn't known she needed. With decisive movements, Nermina crossed to her bedroom and dragged the trunk into the center of the room. The wood was dark with age, intricate carvings adorning its surface, carvings she now recognized with a jolt as stylized wolves and moon phases, not unlike the symbols in Marco's hidden den. The brass lock had always been finicky, requiring a specific touch to open. Nermina retrieved the small key from her jewelry box, inserting it with the gentle twist her grandmother had taught her. The mechanism clicked, and the lid creaked open on well-oiled hinges. The familiar scent of cedar and dried herbs wafted up, accompanied by the mustier smell of aged paper and leather. On top lay items she'd explored before in the years since her grandmother's passing: a faded silk scarf, a collection of unusual semi-precious stones, several pressed flowers preserved between glass plates. Nermina set these carefully aside, reaching deeper into the trunk. Her fingers encountered leather-bound volumes nestled beneath layers of fabric, books she'd glimpsed but never examined closely, assuming they were old family photo albums or household ledgers. The first journal she withdrew was bound in soft brown leather, its spine cracked with age and use. The front bore no title, only a symbol embossed in the cover: a crescent moon cradling a small wolf, identical to the emblem on Howlett's business card. Her hands trembled slightly as she opened the journal, revealing pages covered in her grandmother's distinctive flowing script. The first entry was dated 1973, when Elspeth would have been in her 20s. April 18, 1973a has confirmed what I've suspected since childhood. Our family carries the soul marker lineage, one of the last pure bloodlines remaining. The dreams I've had, the strange affinity for wolves, the way my art seems to take on a life beyond my intention, all signs of the gift awakening. He believes I may be able to recover the old knowledge to prepare for the time when the final soul marker emerges to fulfill the prophecy. Nermina's breath caught in her throat. Could only be Alistair Howlett. Her grandmother had known him for decades, had been consciously aware of the heritage she'd disguised as folklore in her stories to Nermina. She flipped through more pages, scanning entries that documented Elspeth's journey of discovery. Experiments with ink formulations, accounts of meetings with werewolves from the Leon pack, detailed observations of how her artwork affected their shifting abilities. A page near the middle of the journal contained a carefully drawn diagram of ink ingredients with precise measurements and preparation instructions. Nermina stared at it in shock. It was nearly identical to the formulation she'd created from her dreams, the one that had worked so effectively on Marco's tattoo. The moonflower essence must be harvested at the exact moment the full moon reaches its zenith, her grandmother had written. Combined with wolfsbane, carefully purified to remove its toxic properties, crushed juniper berries, and a binding agent of birch ash and spring water, the mixture must steep for 3 nights before adding the final catalyst: 3 drops of the artist's blood, freely given. This creates the connection between marker and wolf, allowing the ink to bridge their natures. Nermina suddenly remembered the small cut she'd accidentally given herself while preparing her experimental ink, how a few drops of her blood had fallen into the mixture before she'd bandaged the wound. What she'd dismissed as a minor contamination had actually been the key component in activating the soulmaker properties. She set the first journal aside and pulled out another, this one bound in faded red leather with strange symbols embossed on its cover. Symbols that matched some of the pack markings she'd observed on Marco's forearms. This volume was much older, the handwriting different, an ancestor from generations back, judging by the yellowed pages and antiquated language. The text described the ancient partnership between werewolves and soul markers, how each complemented the other's abilities and weaknesses. Those who mark the skin of the wolfmen do not merely create decoration, one passage explained. We forge a living connection between human will and wolf spirit, strengthening both natures. Our art channels power, focus, and protection through symbols that speak directly to the wolf's primal understanding. Without this balance, wolves may lose themselves to their bestial nature. Without wolves, we are merely artists, our true potential unrealized. Nermina read on, absorbing descriptions of different tattoo designs and their specific effects. Protection symbols that hardened a werewolf's skin against silver, focus glyphs that helped young wolves control their first shifts, pack bonds that strengthened connections between alpha and betas. The parallels to her own artistic instincts were undeniable. She'd been creating these very designs for years, drawn to wolf imagery that now revealed itself as an expression of her inherited abilities, rather than simple artistic preference. Hours passed as Nermina immersed herself in her family's hidden history, moving from journal to journal, piecing together knowledge that had been deliberately fragmented for protection. She learned how soul markers had once been honored members of werewolf packs, how the Great Separation had driven them into hiding, how her ancestors had disguised their abilities as folklore and artistic talent to survive in a world that had forgotten the old alliances. In the oldest journal, she found a reference to the prophecy Howlett had shared with Marco, the prediction that the last pure-blooded soul marker would reconnect with wolves through a unique sign, the backward moon, the wolf who shifted in reverse. When the backward moon appears, when the wolf retreats instead of advances, know that the time of reunion approaches. The last soul maker will carry the power to heal the ancient breach, to restore what was sundered by fear and betrayal. But beware, those who seek dominance rather than partnership will rise against this union, preferring division to the balance that threatens their control. Dawn was breaking by the time Nermina closed the final journal, her mind reeling with revelations. The world had transformed overnight, expanding to include supernatural realities she could no longer deny. Her grandmother had been preparing her all along through stories and art lessons, hoping Nermina would be ready when her abilities manifested. And Marco? Marco had been telling the truth about everything. The realization sent a pang of regret through her chest. She'd rejected him, refused to believe him even when faced with the evidence of his den, interpreted his vulnerability as manipulation. Meanwhile, his condition had been deteriorating, his wolf nature receding because their connection remained incomplete. Nermina gathered the most relevant journals, placing them carefully in her bag alongside the flash drive with Marco's blood analysis. She needed to speak with him immediately, to apologize, to explain that she understood now, but first, she needed coffee, and a shower, and a plan for what came next. As the morning sun streamed through her apartment windows, Nermina felt a strange calm settling over her, the certainty that came with finally understanding her place in a larger pattern. Whether or not she chose to embrace the prophecy or a relationship with Marco, she could no longer deny who and what she was. Nermina Blackwood, tattoo artist, last descendant of the Soulmaker lineage, and possibly the only person who could save a werewolf who was running out of time. The closed sign hanging in Skin Story's window hadn't deterred Nermina from entering her shop that afternoon. After the night spent exploring her grandmother's journals, she needed the familiar comfort of her workspace to process everything she'd learned. The smell of ink and antiseptic, the orderly arrangement of her tools, the artwork covering the walls, all grounded her in a way her apartment couldn't. She'd spent hours meticulously preparing a new batch of soul marker ink, following her grandmother's exact recipe, including the conscious addition of 3 drops of her own blood. The resulting mixture glowed with a subtle luminescence that her previous experimental batches had only hinted at, confirming that she was on the right path. Now, as twilight approached, Nermina sat at her reception desk, sketching modifications to Marco's back piece, additions that might help stabilize his condition based on the information in her grandmother's journals. She was so absorbed in her work that she didn't immediately register the sound of a key turning in the front door lock. Her head snapped up as the door swung open, revealing Elder Howlett's weathered form, silhouetted against the fading daylight. In one hand he carried his carved wooden cane, in the other a small leather satchel that looked as ancient as its owner. "How did you—" Nermina began, then stopped as she noted the old-fashioned key in his hand. It shouldn't have worked on her modern lock, yet clearly it had. "Some keys open more than one door," Howlett said cryptically, pocketing the antique key as he stepped inside, "especially when forged with intention by those who understand the connection between symbols and reality." Under normal circumstances, Nermina would have been outraged at the invasion of her private space, but after a night immersed in her grandmother's journals, her perspective had shifted dramatically. "You knew my grandmother well," she said. It wasn't a question. Howlett's pale blue eyes softened with what might have been nostalgia or regret, perhaps both. "Elspeth was a remarkable woman, fierce, brilliant, and stubborn as the day is long." A small smile touched his lips. "You remind me of her. The journals say you were the one who confirmed her soul marker heritage," Nermina continued, watching him carefully. "That you worked together for years." "Indeed." Howlett moved further into the shop, his gaze falling on the open journals and ink formulations spread across her workbench. "I see you've been reconnecting with your family history." Why didn't you tell me directly? Nermina asked, the question that had burned in her mind all day finally emerging. Why all the cryptic hints and folklore stories? Why not just explain who I was, what was happening to me? Howlett set his satchel down carefully and lowered himself into one of the reception area chairs. For the first time, he looked truly old, the weight of centuries pressing on his shoulders. Your grandmother and I disagreed on the approach, he admitted. Elspeth believed you should be told directly when the time was right. I argued that soul mark abilities must awaken naturally, that too much foreknowledge might interfere with their organic development. He met her eyes directly. When Elspeth died before she could prepare you fully, I chose to honor our agreement to wait until your abilities began manifesting on their own before guiding you toward the complete truth. So the elevator meeting with Marco, the stories about moonflowers and wolf spirits, that was your way of easing me toward my heritage? Howlett nodded. Along with bringing werewolves to your shop as clients, encouraging your experimentation with special inks, placing ancient texts where you might discover them through seemingly random browsing. The extent of his subtle manipulation should have angered her, but Nermina found herself more curious than outraged. And Marco, did he know about any of this before you revealed the prophecy to him? Marco knew only that he was experiencing an unprecedented, reverse-shifting reaction to you, Howlett replied. I kept the full prophecy from him as well until recently. Some truths must be earned through experience rather than simply given. Nermina considered this, recognizing the echo of her grandmother's teaching philosophy in Howlett's approach. Elspeth had always believed that knowledge absorbed through personal discovery took deeper root than information merely presented as fact. I need to see Marco, she said, returning to the most urgent matter. I've tried calling, but his phone goes straight to voicemail. A shadow crossed Howlett's features. That's partly why I'm here. Marco's condition has deteriorated rapidly since your disagreement. The elder's choice of words was diplomatic, avoiding any hint of blame. He's been moved to the Pack's medical facility. His body is struggling to maintain even basic werewolf functions without access to his wolf nature. Fear clutched at Nermina's heart. How bad is it? Bad enough that I've broken protocol by coming to you directly, Howlett said grimly. He may have less than 48 hours before the imbalance becomes irreversible. What exactly does that mean? Irreversible, Nermina demanded, rising from her chair. Instead of answering immediately, Howlett did something unexpected. He set his cane aside and closed his eyes, his weathered face taking on an expression of deep concentration. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, gradually, his features began to shift. The change wasn't dramatic or violent as depicted in horror films. It was subtle yet profound, his canine teeth lengthening visibly, his pale blue eyes taking on a silvery luminescence, the structure of his face altering slightly to accommodate a more pronounced jaw. Fine silver-white fur appeared along his hairline, and his hands, when he raised them, showed elongated fingers tipped with small, sharp claws. This is what we are, Howlett said, his voice deeper and rougher in this partially shifted form. Both human and wolf, existing in balance. The partial shift receded as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the elderly human appearance Nermina was familiar with. When that balance is disrupted, as it is in Marco's case, the body eventually forgets how to maintain the dual nature. If his wolf recedes completely, it can never return. He would retain some enhanced attributes, longer life, slightly better healing, but never shift again, never run with the pack beneath the full moon. The finality in his voice made Nermina's chest tighten. To lose such a fundamental part of oneself, it would be like her losing her ability to create art, to express her innermost visions through her hands. And this is happening because our soul marker bond is incomplete, she asked, needing to understand the full scope of the situation. Precisely. Howlett reached for his satchel, withdrawing an aged leather-bound volume that looked even older than her grandmother's journals. Once initiated through your tattoo work on his skin, the bond requires completion through ritual and mutual choice. Left in its current state, connected but uncompleted, it creates instability in both of you. That's why my inks weren't working properly. Nermina realized. While I couldn't replicate the formula without following my grandmother's exact recipe, your abilities are awakening but unfocused, Hallett confirmed, just as Marco's wolf nature is present but increasingly inaccessible. The elder opened the ancient book to a marked page, revealing illustrations of a tattooing ritual. The drawing showed a woman creating intricate designs on a partially transformed werewolf's skin, the ink appearing to flow between them as if alive. The completion ritual is traditionally performed during a full moon, Hallett explained. The soul marker creates a final design, one that bridges human consciousness and wolf instinct. When done with proper intention and the correct materials, it stabilizes both natures, allowing the werewolf to shift at will while maintaining complete control. Nermina studied the illustrations, noting similarities to the modifications she'd been sketching for Marco's back piece. And if I perform this ritual for Marco, it would restore his ability to shift, reverse the damage that's been done? If performed in time, yes, Hallett's expression remained grave. But there's more you need to understand before you decide. The ritual creates a permanent connection between soul marker and wolf, not a mating bond as werewolves form among themselves, but a spiritual link that transcends ordinary human or wolf connection. What kind of link? Nermina asked cautiously. A sharing of certain senses, an awareness of each other's general state and location, an ability to draw on each other's strengths when needed. Hallett's eyes held hers steadily. It does not force romantic feelings or physical attraction. Those exist or don't exist independently of the soul marker bond. But it does create a lifelong connection that cannot be severed except by death. The magnitude of this commitment gave Nermina pause. A lifelong connection to Marco, a man she was undeniably attracted to, even cared for deeply, but had known for such a short time. There's one more complication you should be aware of, Hallett continued, his tone becoming even more serious. The Silverthorn Pack has learned of Marco's vulnerable condition. Their scouts have been tracking your movements, and their alpha, Kieran Nash, has called for a formal challenge to Leone Pack leadership. What does that mean exactly? Nermina asked, though she suspected the answer. It means they're making their move, Hallett replied bluntly. With Marco weakened and the Leone Pack leadership potentially vulnerable, they see an opportunity to assert dominance. And they've connected you to the situation, identified you as a soul marker, though they likely don't understand your full significance yet. The rival wolves are watching my shop, Nermina confirmed, thinking of the eerie presence she'd sensed outside the university lab. I saw one last night. Alarm flashed across Hallett's features. Then we have even less time than I thought. Once they confirm your abilities, they won't hesitate to take direct action. Take action how? Nermina pressed, needing to understand the full scope of the threat. Hallett's expression darkened. The Silverthorn believes soul markers should serve werewolves, not partner with them as equals. They would attempt to force your cooperation, to harness your abilities for their benefit. His voice dropped lower. They killed Marco's parents for protecting soul marker allies. They would not hesitate to use whatever methods necessary to control you. The blunt assessment sent a chill down Nermina's spine. This wasn't just about her relationship with Marco or her newly discovered heritage anymore. It was about life and death, about a fundamental conflict between different visions of how their kinds should interact. The prophecy, she said slowly, pieces clicking into place. It's not just about Marco and me finding each other, is it? It's about challenging the Silverthorn's view of dominance, about restoring the original balance between werewolves and soul markers. Yes, Hallett confirmed, clear approval in his eyes. The prophecy speaks of healing the divided bloodlines, not forcing a relationship between two individuals, but restoring the partnership between our kinds that was lost during the Great Separation. He leaned forward, his pale eyes intense. You and Marco are catalysts for that healing, not merely pawns of destiny. The distinction was crucial. It shifted Nermina's understanding of her role from being manipulated by fate to being offered a choice with far-reaching implications. I need to see him, she said decisively. Whether or not I agree to complete the bond, I can't leave him suffering. Relief washed over Howlett's weathered features. I'd hoped you would say that. He gestured toward her workbench, where the newly prepared soul marker ink sat in glass vials. Bring your materials. Even if you choose not to perform the full ritual, your presence alone may help stabilize his condition temporarily. As Nermina gathered her supplies, a sense of clarity settled over her. The revelations of the past 24 hours had transformed her understanding of herself, her heritage, and her connection to Marco. Whatever decisions lay ahead, she would make them with full awareness rather than in ignorance or denial. There's one more thing you should know, Howlett said as they prepared to leave. The prophecy doesn't guarantee success. It speaks of possibility, not certainty. The choice to fulfill it or reject it remains yours, and Marco's? To make freely, Nermina nodded, appreciating the elder's honesty. I understand, and regardless of prophecies or supernatural bonds, I can't let Marco suffer when I might be able to help him. She met Howlett's gaze directly. Not because destiny demands it, but because it's the right thing to do. A small smile touched the elder's lips. Elspeth would be proud, he said simply. Very proud indeed. As they left the shop together, Nermina was acutely aware that she was crossing a threshold in more ways than one, stepping fully into a world of werewolves and ancient magics, of prophecies and soul markers, of choices that would ripple far beyond her personal happiness. Yet alongside the weight of that responsibility came a sense of homecoming, of finally understanding the purpose behind her lifelong connection to wolves and her inexplicable artistic instincts. Whatever happened next, she was no longer adrift in uncertainty. She was Nermina Blackwood, the last soulmoker, and she had a werewolf to save. Howlett's car had barely disappeared around the corner when Nermina decided to return to her shop. Their plan to meet at the Leone Pax medical facility in 2 hours would give her time to prepare one more batch of specialized ink, a formula she'd discovered in the oldest of her grandmother's journals, intended specifically for healing the broken connection between a werewolf and their animal nature. The street was unnaturally quiet as she unlocked the shop door, the usual evening bustle of the neighborhood cafes and businesses strangely subdued. Nermina tried to shake off the prickling sensation between her shoulder blades, the persistent feeling of being watched that had dogged her all day. Once inside, she locked the door behind her and flipped on only the back workroom lights, leaving the front of the shop in darkness. The last thing she needed was to advertise her presence to any lurking silverthorn wolves. With efficient movements, she gathered the ingredients for the special healing ink. The base she'd prepared earlier, plus several additions mentioned in the ancient recipe. Crushed moonstone for spiritual connection. 3 strands of wolf hair, thankfully preserved in one of Marco's specimen containers she'd examined in his den. A small measure of ash from a rowan tree for protection. And finally, more of her own blood. 7 drops this time, each one offered with focused intention. As she worked, Nermina found herself humming softly. A melody she didn't consciously recognize, but somehow knew, her fingers moving with increasing confidence through the preparation ritual. The sensation of rightness, of coming into an inheritance long awaited, settled over her like a mantle. The completed ink glowed with an otherworldly blue-silver luminescence, more vibrant than any batch she'd created before. Nermina carefully transferred it to specialized glass vials, packing them securely in her tattoo case alongside her best needles and equipment. Whatever happened next, she was determined to be prepared. A soft sound from the front of the shop froze her in place, the barest whisper of movement, almost imperceptible. Nermina held her breath, straining to listen. It could be nothing. A settling building, the heating system activating. But the prickling awareness at the nape of her neck told her otherwise. Someone was in her shop. Moving with deliberate stealth, Nermina reached for the nearest potential weapon, a tattoo machine loaded with a needle configuration she'd been using earlier. Not much of a defense, but better than nothing. Her phone lay on the workbench, but reaching for it would require crossing an exposed section of the room. Another sound closer this time, the unmistakable creak of weight on the old floorboard just outside her workroom door. "I know you're in there, soul marker," came a voice, male, coldly confident, with an edge of something wild beneath the human words. "I can smell your power. Smell your fear." Nermina's heart thundered in her chest, but she forced her breathing to remain steady. "Show no weakness." Her grandmother's voice seemed to whisper in her memory. They respect strength above all else. My pack is on their way, she called out, adding a confidence to her voice she didn't feel. You're trespassing on Leone territory. A low chuckle answered her. Leone territory, not for much longer. Not with their future alpha unable to shift, weak as a human infant. A pause, then, and you're alone, little marker. We've been watching. No one is coming for you. The door pushed open slowly, revealing a tall, powerfully built Asian man with close-cropped black hair and cold eyes that gleamed with unnatural silver. A jagged scar ran from his right temple to jawline, lending his handsome features a cruel asymmetry. Behind him loomed two more figures, a wiry woman with auburn hair and a bulky man who seemed barely able to contain his aggression, his hands already partially transformed into clawed appendages. Kira Nash, the leader introduced himself with mocking formality, Alpha of the Silverthorn Pack, and you must be the last soul marker from the prophecy. His gaze traveled over her dismissively. Somehow I expected more. Nermina gripped the tattoo machine tighter, her mind racing through limited options. The back door was blocked by shelving units. The windows were too small for escape. She was, effectively, cornered. What do you want? She demanded, playing for time, though she already knew the answer from Howlett's warnings. Nash's smile never reached his eyes. Your services, of course. Your grandmother refused us. Elspeth was stubborn, but you'll be more reasonable, I think. He took a step closer. You're going to create designs for my pack. Designs that enhance our strength, our dominance. In return, will allow you to live. A mutually beneficial arrangement. And if I refuse? Nermina asked, though she already knew that answer too. The female werewolf behind Nash laughed softly. Then we take you anyway. Soul Marker Inc. works whether given willingly or not. It's just messier when forced. The threat hung in the air, unambiguous and chilling. Nermina's hand tightened around the tattoo machine, a pathetically inadequate defense against creatures who could tear her apart in seconds. But she wasn't going down without a fight. You're making a mistake, she said, surprising herself with how steady her voice remained. I'm still learning my abilities. I might not be able to create what you want. Oh, you'll learn quickly with the right motivation, Nash assured her, taking another step into the room. We've been watching you work on the Leone wolf. Your talent is evident, even untrained. His reference to Marco sent a surge of protectiveness through Nermina's system, an emotion so powerful it momentarily overshadowed her fear. He has a name, she said quietly, and you'll never get what Marco has. Nash's expression darkened. The dying wolf? What could he possibly have that I would want? Nermina met his gaze directly, something inside her recognizing the challenge in the gesture. Me, my willing cooperation, she hesitated only briefly, my bond. For the first time, Nash's confident facade cracked, revealing genuine rage beneath. You bonded with him? Impossible. The ritual requires a full moon. There are many kinds of bonds, Nermina replied, the words coming from someplace deeper than conscious thought. Some chosen, some destined. Either way, I will never help you, not willingly, not ever. Nash snarled, his handsome face contorting as his features began to shift, becoming more lupine, more dangerous. Then we do this the hard way. He lunged forward with inhuman speed, but Nermina had been anticipating the attack. She thrust the tattoo machine forward, the needles catching Nash across the forearm. He howled in unexpected pain, recoiling as if the small punctures burned. Nermina stared in shock at the machine in her hand, then at the small wounds on Nash's arm that were smoking slightly, refusing to heal instantly as werewolf injuries should. The ink she'd been using contained silver nitrate as a stabilizing agent, a standard ingredient in many tattoo pigments, but apparently painful or toxic to werewolves. And her grandmother's special formula had amplified its effect. Nash's eyes widened with understanding, just as Nermina's did. Take her, he growled to his companions. Careful of the needles, what followed was chaos. Nermina grabbed vials of ink from her workbench, flinging them at her attackers. Where the luminescent fluid touched Werewolf's skin, it sizzled and smoked, drawing howls of pain. She ducked beneath the female wolf's grasp, jabbing backward with her improvised weapon, feeling the needles connect with flesh. But she was still a human, facing supernatural predators. The large male werewolf caught her arm in a bruising grip, twisting until she dropped the tattoo machine with a cry of pain. He pulled her roughly against his chest, his breath hot on her neck as his claws pressed against her throat. "Enough games," Nash snapped, wiping ink from his face where a vial had shattered against his cheek. "Bring her!" The command died in his throat as the shop's front door exploded inward, glass and wood spraying across the reception area. Framed in the doorway stood a figure Nermina almost didn't recognize. Marco, but changed almost beyond recognition. Not because he had shifted, he remained devastatingly human, but because his condition had deteriorated so drastically in the days since she'd seen him. His skin was pallid, dark circles haunting his eyes, his robust frame somehow diminished. But his expression burned with a ferocity that transcended his physical weakness, his gaze locking onto her with laser intensity. "Let her go." Each word emerged as a separate command, his voice rough but vibrating with authority that belied his weakened state. Nash recovered quickly from his surprise, a cruel smile spreading across his features. "The dying wolf comes to save his mate. How touching." He gestured dismissively. "Kill him, make her watch." The female werewolf launched herself at Marco with frightening speed, her form blurring as she partially shifted mid-attack. Despite his weakened condition, Marco moved with surprising quickness, sidestepping and using her momentum to send her crashing into a display case. But the effort clearly cost him. He staggered, bracing himself against the wall, his breathing labored. "Marco, run!" Nermina cried, struggling against her captor's iron grip. "Get help!" He met her eyes across the room, something passing between them that transcended words. "Not without you," he said simply. Nash stepped forward, claws extended, confidence evident in every line of his body. "You can barely stand, Leone. Your wolf is gone. You're nothing now." Marco straightened with visible effort. "I'm enough to stop you." What followed was both beautiful and terrible to witness. Despite his human limitations, Marco fought with the heart and tactical brilliance of a born wolf. He used the shop environment to his advantage, toppling furniture to create obstacles, employing a fire extinguisher both as weapon and visual distraction, calculating each move to conserve his limited strength. But it wasn't enough. Not against 3 full-strength werewolves. A vicious slash from Nash opened a deep wound across Marco's chest. The female wolf recovered from her initial setback to land a punishing blow to his kidney. Blood stained his shirt, his movements growing more labored. Nermina watched in anguish, her struggles intensifying as Marco weakened. The werewolf holding her chuckled darkly, clearly enjoying the spectacle. His distraction gave her the opening she needed. In a move her self-defense instructor would have been proud of, Nermina slammed her head backward into her captor's face, feeling the satisfying crunch of cartilage as his nose broke. His grip loosened just enough for her to twist free, dropping to the floor and rolling toward her fallen tattoo machine. Her fingers closed around it just as Nash pinned Marco against the wall, claws poised at his throat. "Your father died like this," Nash was saying, his voice thick with anticipated triumph. "Protecting soul markers who should have been ours to command." "My father died honorably," Marco gasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "As will I." "No!" The word tore from Nermina's throat, primal and raw. Something broke open inside her, a reservoir of power she hadn't known she possessed. The tattoo machine in her hand began to glow with the same blue-silver luminescence as her special ink, the needles extending and hardening. Nash turned, his eyes widening at the transformation. "What?" Nermina didn't hesitate. She lunged forward, driving the glowing needles into Nash's exposed back with all her strength. The effect was immediate and shocking. Where the needles penetrated, his flesh smoked and blackened, a howl of agony tearing from his throat as he released Marco to claw at the wound. "Alpha?" The female werewolf abandoned her attack on Marco to rush to Nash's aid. The moment of confusion was all they needed. Marco staggered to Nermina's side, gripping her hand. "The back door," he gasped, blood soaking his shirt. "Now." Together they stumbled through the workroom, Nermina hastily grabbing her case of special ink as they passed. Behind them, Nash's agonized roars turned to enraged commands. "Find them! Don't let them reach Leone territory!" The alley behind the shop was blessedly empty. Marco leaned heavily against Nermina, his breathing shallow and labored. "My car," he managed. 2 blocks north, hidden. She supported his weight as best she could, terror lending her strength as they moved as quickly as his injuries would allow. Every shadow seemed to harbor lurking werewolves, every sound a potential pursuit. But somehow they reached the nondescript sedan Marco had indicated, tucked into an obscure parking area behind a closed bookstore. "Keys," Marco murmured, reaching shakily into his pocket to produce them. His legs gave out as Nermina unlocked the passenger door, and she barely managed to help him inside before he collapsed completely. "Marco," she cried, cradling his face between her palms. "Stay with me." His eyes fluttered open, focusing on her with effort. "Always," he whispered, the single word holding a wealth of meaning. The sound of howls, too close for comfort, galvanized Nermina into action. She slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and pulled away from the curb with as much speed as she dared. A quick glance in the rearview mirror showed dark shapes emerging into the alley behind her shop. The Silverthorn wolves, already on their trail. "Where can we go?" she asked urgently, navigating through back streets to avoid main roads where their pursuers might more easily track them. "The pack's medical facility." Marco shook his head weakly. "Too far, they'd catch us." His breathing was growing more labored, the wounds on his chest still bleeding freely. Without his werewolf healing, the injuries were life-threatening. "My apartment. Closer. Safe room." Nermina nodded, changing direction toward Marco's building. Her mind raced ahead, calculating what she would need to treat his wounds. Traditional medical care wouldn't be enough, not with his weakened state and the severity of the injuries. But there was another option. Her gaze flicked to the tattoo case she'd grabbed during their escape, the specially formulated ink designed to reconnect a werewolf with their animal nature. Her grandmother's journal had mentioned its healing properties, its ability to restore the balance between human and wolf. They reached Marco's building without obvious pursuit, though Nermina remained hypervigilant as she helped him from the car and into the elevator. His weight grew heavier against her with each step, his skin alarmingly cool to the touch, so unlike his usual werewolf warmth. Inside his apartment, Marco directed her with faltering words to the hidden safe room behind his den, a space she hadn't noticed during her previous discovery. Unlike the shifting den with its moonlight lamp and ritual preparations, this room was designed for emergencies, equipped with medical supplies, communications equipment, and security features that included silver-lined walls that would mask their scent and presence from pursuing werewolves. "Pack protocol," Marco explained weakly as she helped him onto the narrow bed against one wall. "Every ranking member has one, in case of attack." Nermina worked quickly, cutting away his blood-soaked shirt to reveal the full extent of his injuries. 3 deep gashes crossed his chest, still bleeding steadily. A purple bruise bloomed over his right kidney. His breathing was shallow, his pulse rapid but weakening, classic signs of shock and blood loss. She applied pressure bandages from the well-stocked medical kit, administered the emergency medicines labeled for werewolf use, and covered him with thermal blankets to combat shock. But as the minutes ticked by, Marco's condition continued to deteriorate rather than stabilize. "It's not working," she murmured, fear clutching at her heart as his skin grew paler, his breathing more labored. Without his werewolf healing abilities, the wounds might prove fatal. Desperate, Nermina turned to the one option that remained, her soul marker abilities. She retrieved her tattoo case, extracting the vials of luminescent blue-silver ink she'd prepared earlier. "Marco," she said, leaning close to ensure he could hear her, "I need to try something. The special ink, it might help reconnect you to your wolf, help your healing abilities restart." His eyes opened, focusing on her with effort. "The bond," he managed, "would create permanent connection." "I know," Nermina replied softly. "I've read my grandmother's journals. I understand what it means now." Marco's hand found hers, his grip weak but determined. "Don't want Obligation. Only if you choose freely. The selflessness of his concern, even as he lay potentially dying from wounds received protecting her, broke something open in Nermina's heart. This man, this werewolf, had put her freedom to choose above his own survival, had respected her boundaries even when prophecy and tradition might have justified overriding them. I am choosing, she said firmly, squeezing his hand. I'm choosing to save you because it's the right thing to do, because you deserve to be whole. Whether or not she swallowed hard, whether or not we become more to each other. A ghost of his usual smile touched Marco's pale lips. Fair enough, he whispered. Nermina worked quickly, preparing her equipment with the precision born of years of professional practice. The design would need to connect with his existing back tattoo, extending the pattern to create a complete circuit. According to her grandmother's journals, the placement was crucial. The ink needed to trace the energy pathways that linked human consciousness with wolf instinct. As she positioned herself beside him, Nermina felt a strange calm descend. Her hands, which should have been shaking with fear and adrenaline, were perfectly steady. The ink in the reservoir glowed with increasing brightness, seeming to respond to her focused intention. This will hurt, she warned softly. I don't have time for anesthetic. Marco managed a weak chuckle. Already hurting. Do it. The first touch of needle to skin produced an unexpected effect. A visible spark of blue-white energy that arced between the tattoo machine and Marco's flesh. Nermina paused, startled, but Marco's sharp intake of breath wasn't from pain, but surprise. It's warm, he murmured. I can feel something? Encouraged, Nermina continued, creating an intricate pattern that extended from his shoulder across his collarbone, incorporating the jagged wounds rather than avoiding them. Where the ink touched torn flesh, it seemed to sink in more deeply, the luminescence spreading beneath the surface like liquid light. Time lost meaning as she worked, her consciousness entering a state of flow unlike anything she'd experienced before. The design seemed to create itself beneath her hands, her artistic instincts guided by something deeper than rational thought. Symbols appeared that she hadn't consciously chosen, ancient glyphs that resonated with power, connecting the human and wolf aspects of Marco's dual nature. As the pattern grew, visible changes manifested in Marco's condition. Color returned to his ashen features, his breathing deepened and steadied. Most remarkably, the wounds began to close before her eyes, not with the dramatic speed of full werewolf healing, but far faster than human recovery should allow. Most significant of all, the familiar amber highlights returned to his brown eyes, the wolf nature visibly resurfacing as the ink reconstructed the pathways between his dual aspects. I can feel him, Marco whispered, wonder in his voice. My wolf, coming back. Nermina continued working, her focus absolute as she completed the circuit, connecting the new design to the wolf pack tattoo on his back. As the final line joined, a pulse of energy flowed through the completed pattern, strong enough that both of them gasped at the sensation. The ink glowed brilliantly for several seconds, then settled into his skin as if it had always been there, no longer luminescent but holding a subtle depth that seemed to shift with the light. Marco took a deep experimental breath, then another. Cautiously, he flexed his hands, watching as his nails lengthened slightly. Not full claws, but a definite sign of partial shifting ability returning. It's working, he said, his voice stronger than it had been since their escape. He reached up to touch the fresh design on his chest, tracing the patterns with something like reverence. Nerminda, what you've done. Don't try to shift yet, she cautioned, cleaning her equipment with practiced efficiency. The connection is re-establishing, but it's still fragile. Give it time to stabilize. Marco nodded, but his expression was transformed by more than just physical healing. There was a wonder there, a profound gratitude that made Nermina's chest tighten with emotion. You saved my life, he said simply. But more than that, you restored what makes me who I am. Nermina set aside her tattoo machine, suddenly uncertain in the face of his raw gratitude. It was the right thing to do, she repeated, though the words felt inadequate for the magnitude of what had passed between them. Marco caught her hand as she withdrew, his grip firmer now as his strength returned. You had every reason to walk away, he said quietly. After everything with the prophecy, the manipulation, the danger I've brought into your life. Yet you chose to help me anyway. I couldn't let you die, Nermina replied, the simple truth of it resonating in her chest. Prophecy or no prophecy, bond or no bond, I couldn't stand by while you suffered for protecting me. Something shifted in Marco's gaze, a deepening, a recognition. And that, he said softly, is why you were always meant to be the last soul marker. Not because of some mystical destiny, but because of who you are. Your compassion, your strength, your ability to choose what's right even when it's difficult. The praise warmed something in Nermina that had been cold since her discovery of Howlett's manipulations. For the first time, she began to see the prophecy not as a constraint on her freedom, but as a recognition of possibilities. Possibilities that existed because of choices she and Marco would make, not predetermined outcomes they were forced to accept. We still have a lot to figure out, she said, carefully packing away her tattoo supplies. The soul marker bond, the silverthorn threat, what happens next between us. She met his eyes directly. I'm not ready to commit to forever based on a prophecy, but I am ready to explore what's happening between us, what was already happening before we knew about any of this. Marco's expression softened with understanding. No pressure, no prophecy, just us figuring things out together. His lips curved in that half smile that never failed to accelerate her heartbeat. I can work with that. A comfortable silence fell between them, broken only by the distant sounds of city traffic beyond the safe room's walls. The immediate danger had passed, but both knew the Silverthorn wolves wouldn't give up so easily. There would be more confrontations ahead, more challenges to face. But for now, in this moment of respite, something had shifted between them. A foundation laid not by prophecy or supernatural destiny, but by choice. Nermina's choice to help Marco despite her reservations. Marco's choice to respect her boundaries despite tradition and instinct. As Nermina checked his healing wounds one final time, their eyes met and held. No words were needed for the understanding that passed between them. Whatever came next, they would face it together, not because an ancient prediction demanded it, but because they chose to stand side by side. And that choice, freely made, was more powerful than any prophecy could ever be. Chapter 7. Eclipse Bond. The Leon Pack territory hummed with anticipation. Even Nermina, with her newly awakened soul marker senses, could feel the energy crackling through the sprawling compound nestled within protected forest land outside the city. Werewolves moved with purpose along stone-lined paths between cabins and communal buildings, carrying ritual supplies, preparing food, and strengthening the security perimeter against potential Silverthorn incursions. At the center of this controlled chaos stood the Pack's sacred ceremonial ground, a natural clearing where ancient oaks formed a protective circle around a stone altar that had witnessed centuries of Pack rituals. Tonight, that altar would host a ceremony unlike any performed in generations. Nermina watched the preparations from the window of the healer's cabin, where Marco had been relocated the morning after their escape from the Silverthorn wolves. 3 days had passed since she'd performed the emergency tattooing that had saved his life and begun reconnecting him to his wolf nature. 3 days of tentative healing, both physical and emotional. The eclipse begins at exactly 10:42 tonight, Imani said, joining Nermina at the window. The Pack healer's silver-streaked locks were gathered in an elaborate arrangement atop her head, adorned with small crystals that caught the afternoon sunlight. Howlett says the moment of totality, when the moon is fully shadowed, will be the peak of magical potential. Nermina nodded, her fingers unconsciously tracing the spine of her grandmother's journal. The texts say the same. When the moon is neither full nor dark but balanced between, the boundaries between human and wolf nature become most permeable. Imani studied her with those knowing, dark eyes that seemed to see far more than Nermina was comfortable revealing. You've taken to this soul marker business remarkably well for someone who didn't believe in werewolves a week ago. A smile tugged at Nermina's lips despite her lingering anxiety about the coming ritual. Apparently it's in my blood, quite literally according to my grandmother's journals. Blood is powerful, Imani agreed, her gaze drifting to the workspace where Nermina had spent the morning preparing ingredients for the ritual ink. Speaking of which, how's the formula coming along? Nermina moved to the small table where glass bowls, mortars and pestles, and measuring tools sat among precisely arranged ingredients. I've prepared everything according to the oldest records. Moonflower essence, harvested during the waxing gibbous phase, silver nitrate purified through 7 distillations, crushed crystals from the sacred cave beneath the Heartstone. Her fingers hovered over a small obsidian bowl covered with a silver cloth. The final binding agent needs to be added at sunset. My blood, freely given, in exact proportion to the mixture. Imani nodded approvingly. The offering of blood creates the circuit between soul marker and wolf. It's not just symbolic. It creates an actual physical pathway for the energy to flow. She touched Nermina's shoulder lightly. Your grandmother would be proud of your precision. Elspeth was always meticulous in her preparations. You knew her well? Nermani asked, still piecing together the connections between her family and the Leon pack. She was my teacher for a time, Imani revealed, before the disagreement with Howlett about how to prepare for the prophecy. This was new information. What disagreement? Imani's expression grew thoughtful. Elspeth believed you should be told directly about your heritage when you came of age. Howlett thought the knowledge might interfere with the natural awakening of your abilities. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Your grandmother eventually agreed to wait until your powers began manifesting naturally, but she insisted on embedding the essential knowledge in stories and art lessons, a compromise that respected both approaches. And then she died before she could tell me directly, Nermina concluded, a familiar ache of loss surfacing at the thought of her grandmother. Yes. That left Howlett to guide things as he saw fit. Imani's voice held no judgment, merely stating facts. He's not always forthcoming, our elder, but his heart is in the right place. He's protected the hope of this prophecy for longer than any of us have been alive. Before Nermina could respond, a soft knock at the door drew their attention. A young werewolf, barely a teenager, with dark curls and eager eyes, stood in the doorway. Healer Imani, Alpha Devon requests Miss Blackwood's presence in the main lot, the girl announced formally, clearly proud of her messenger role. He says the strategy meeting is beginning. Imani nodded. Thank you, Clara. Tell the Alpha she'll be there shortly. As the girl dashed off, Nermina gathered her grandmother's journal and a notebook containing her ritual preparations. Will Marco be at the meeting? She asked, trying to sound casual despite the way her heart accelerated at the mere mention of his name. Imani's knowing smile suggested she wasn't fooled. He's been up and moving around for the past hour, still weak by werewolf standards, but remarkably recovered thanks to your emergency tattoo work. The healer adjusted her shawl, her many rings catching the light as she moved. He's been asking about you all morning. Heat rose to Nermina's cheeks. Despite the life-or-death seriousness of their situation, despite the ancient prophecy and supernatural threats, she still found herself reacting like a teenager with a crush whenever Marco was mentioned. 3 days of polite, careful interactions while he recovered, both of them cautiously navigating the new territory between them, had done nothing to diminish the pull she felt toward him. We've been busy with preparations, she said, a weak excuse for the way she'd been keeping a careful distance. After the intensity of their escape and the emergency tattooing, she'd needed space to process everything without the distraction of his presence. Imani hummed, unconvinced. Well, you won't be able to avoid each other much longer. The eclipse ritual requires absolute synchronization between marker and wolf. You'll need to be in harmony, mentally and emotionally. The reminder sent a flutter of nervousness through Nermina's stomach. The ritual described in her grandmother's journals wasn't just a tattoo session. It was an intimate joining of energies, requiring a vulnerability from both participants that went far beyond physical exposure. I know, she acknowledged quietly. I'm just still adjusting to all of this. Imani's expression softened. Of course you are, child. Anyone would be overwhelmed. But remember, the prophecy may have brought you together, but what happens between you and Marco now is your choice, not destiny's demand. The healer's words echoed what Marco himself had said in the safe room after their escape. his insistence that Nermina's choices remain free despite prophecy or tradition. It was that respect for her autonomy, more than anything else, that had begun healing the breach of trust between them. With a deep breath, Nermina gathered her materials and headed toward the main lodge. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the compound, the day moving inexorably toward the eclipse that would change everything, one way or another. The main lodge buzzed with activity as Nermina entered. A dozen werewolves gathered around a large table where maps and security plans were spread out in organized chaos. Despite the tension evident in hurried conversations and serious expressions, there was also an undercurrent of excitement, the pack preparing not just for danger but for a historic event. Her entrance caused a momentary lull in conversation, many eyes turning to assess her with undisguised curiosity. These werewolves had heard of soul markers in legends and prophecies, but few had ever met one in the flesh. Nermina straightened her spine, refusing to be intimidated despite her status as an outsider. And in the tall, powerful werewolf she recognized from her shop, now serving as acting alpha during Marco's recovery, nodded respectfully in her direction. "Ms. Blackwood, thank you for joining us." "Nermina, please," she corrected, approaching the table. "If we're going to be fighting rival werewolves together, we should probably be on a first-name basis." A ripple of approving chuckles broke the tension. Evan's serious expression warmed slightly as he gestured her toward an empty chair. Beside Marco, her breath caught as she saw him, the impact of his presence hitting her with undiminished force despite their days in proximity. He looked better than he had since the attack. Some color returned to his olive skin, the shadows beneath his eyes lighter, his posture straighter despite the careful way he held himself. The emergency tattoo she'd created peeked above his shirt collar, the intricate lines disappearing beneath the fabric to connect with the Wolfpack design on his back. Their eyes met across the table, and something electric passed between them. Recognition, relief, and a complex tangle of emotions neither had fully expressed. "Nermina," he greeted her, his voice stronger than it had been during her brief visits to check his healing progress. "Good timing. We were just discussing security for tonight's ritual." She nodded, taking the offered seat and trying to ignore the warmth radiating from him, still noticeable even in his weakened state. "What's the plan?" Devin pointed to various marked positions on a topographical map of the pack territory. "We've doubled the perimeter guards and stationed our best fighters at these strategic entry points. The ceremonial ground itself will have our most trusted pack members forming a protective circle. The Silverthorn won't give up easily," added a female werewolf Nermina recognized as Kai, one of Marco's closest lieutenants. "Not after Nash was wounded. His pride won't allow it." "Speaking of which," Marco said, turning to Nermina, "what exactly did you do to him? The scouts report he's still recovering, which is unprecedented for an alpha werewolf. The wound should have healed completely by now." All eyes turned to Nermina with renewed interest. She hesitated, still adjusting to being treated as a supernatural expert rather than a skeptic. "I'm not entirely sure," she admitted. "When he attacked, my tattoo machine started glowing with the same energy as the soul marker ink. Something activated in response to the threat?" She glanced down at her hands, remembering the surge of power she'd felt in that moment. "According to my grandmother's journals, soul markers develop defensive abilities as well as artistic ones, a necessary evolution during times when werewolves tried to force their cooperation." Howlett, who had been silently observing from a corner of the room, stepped forward. "The old texts speak of the mark of rejection, a soul marker's ability to channel their power through their tools to repel those who would abuse their gifts. It creates wounds that resist werewolf healing, especially in those with ill intent toward the marker." "Well, whatever it was," Devin said with grudging respect, "it's bought us valuable time. Nash won't be at full strength for tonight's ritual, which means they'll have to be more cautious in their approach." The meeting continued, detailing evacuation procedures for non-combatant pack members and communication protocols in case of attack. Throughout, Nermina was struck by how seamlessly they included her in the planning, not as an outsider to be protected, but as a valued ally with unique abilities. It was a far cry from her initial suspicion of werewolves and prophecies just days ago. As the meeting concluded and werewolves dispersed to their assigned tasks, Marco remained seated, his energy clearly flagging after the extended discussion. Nermina lingered, concerned by the pallor that had returned to his features. "You should be resting," she said quietly when the others had moved out of earshot. "Conserving your strength for tonight." Marco's lips curved in that half-smile that never failed to send her pulse racing. "Worried about me, Soulmaker?" "Professionally concerned about my canvas," she corrected, though the teasing light in his eyes made maintaining her clinical distance difficult. "The ritual will be demanding. You need to be as strong as possible." His expression sobered. "I know, but I couldn't miss the security briefing." He gestured at the maps still spread on the table. "These are my people, my responsibility. Even if I can't shift yet to protect them properly," the devotion in his voice touched something deep in Nermina's heart. Whatever complications existed between them personally, Marco's commitment to his pack was absolute, a loyalty she couldn't help but admire. "How are the preparations coming?" he asked, changing the subject. "For the ritual ink?" "Almost complete," she replied, shifting into more comfortable professional territory. "I just need to add the final binding agent at sunset. Then it needs to steep until the eclipse begins." Marco nodded, his gaze dropping briefly to her hands, the hands that would create the designs meant to permanently restore his connection to his wolf nature. "And you're okay with this? With completing the bond?" The uncertainty in his voice, this powerful werewolf, this man who had faced down 3 rivals to protect her despite his weakened state, made something twist in Nermina's chest. "I am," she said softly. "I've read enough of my grandmother's journals to understand what it means, what it will create between us." "And that doesn't concern you?" Marco pressed, his amber eyes searching hers. "A permanent connection to someone you've known for such a short time? Someone who came into your life because of a prophecy rather than chance?" Nermina considered the question seriously, appreciating his determination to ensure her comfort with the ritual despite the fact that his life might depend on it. "3 days ago, I might have said yes," she admitted. "When I first learned about Howlett's manipulations, about the prophecy, I felt like my choices were being taken away, like I was just a piece being moved around a cosmic chessboard." She took a deep breath, organizing her thoughts. "But since then, I've had time to read my grandmother's journals, to understand my heritage, to see that the prophecy doesn't demand we be together romantically, only that we restore the ancient partnership between our kind." Marco nodded slowly, a weight seeming to lift from his shoulders. "That's what I've been trying to tell you. The bond is about healing the divide between soul markers and werewolves, not forcing individuals together against their will." "Exactly." Nermina leaned forward slightly, wanting him to understand her change in perspective. "And when I realized that, when I understood that the prophecy creates potential rather than dictating outcomes, it stopped feeling like manipulation and started feeling like opportunity." "Opportunity," Marco repeated, something warming in his expression. "To discover abilities I never knew I had, to connect with my grandmother's legacy, to help people in ways I never imagined possible." She paused, gathering her courage. "And yes, to explore whatever this is between us without the pressure of destiny forcing our hands." The tension that had lingered between them since her discovery of his den seemed to dissipate, replaced by something quieter, more hopeful. Marco reached across the table, his hand stopping just short of touching hers. "I should have found a better way to tell you," he said quietly. "About werewolves, about the prophecy. I was so caught up in my own confusion about the reverse shifting that I didn't consider how overwhelming it would be from your perspective. And I should have been more open to possibilities beyond my comfortable worldview," Nermina acknowledged, closing the distance to place her hand in his. The familiar spark of connection traveled up her arm at the contact. "My past experiences made me quick to assume manipulation where there was only complicated truth." Marco's thumb traced gentle circles on her palm, the simple touch somehow more intimate than their most passionate moments had been. "So where does that leave us now?" "In a place of choice," Nermina replied. "I'll complete the ritual tonight because it's the right thing to do. For you, for me, for both our kinds. What comes after?" She smiled slightly. "We'll figure that out together, one day at a time, like ordinary people do. No prophecy required." The relief and gratitude in Marco's eyes made her heart swell. Before he could respond, however, Howlett appeared beside their table, his expression apologetic but insistent. "I hate to interrupt," the elder said, his gaze moving meaningfully between their joined hands. "But sunset approaches. The binding agent for the ink must be added precisely as the sun touches the horizon." Nermina nodded, reluctantly withdrawing her hand from Marco's. "I'll go prepare." "And I should rest," Marco acknowledged, rising carefully from his chair. "Save my strength for tonight." Howlett's pale blue eyes crinkled with something like approval. "The eclipse begins in just over 4 hours. I suggest you both use the time to center yourselves. The ritual will demand complete harmony between you. Any lingering doubts or reservations could disrupt the energy flow." As Nermina gathered her materials to follow Howlett to the ritual preparation area, Marco caught her wrist gently. "Nermina," he said softly, his voice pitched for her ears alone. "Whatever happens tonight, thank you for giving us a chance despite everything." The simple sincerity in his words warmed her more effectively than any elaborate declaration could have. "Save your strength, Wolf," she replied, her tone softened by the smile she couldn't quite suppress. "I have plans for you tonight that require stamina." The surprised laugh that escaped him, along with the heat that flared in his amber eyes, stayed with Nermina as she followed Howlett toward the ceremonial grounds where her grandmother's legacy and her own future awaited. The sunset painted the western sky in dramatic strokes of crimson and gold as Nermina stood beside the ancient stone altar, the nearly complete ritual ink arranged before her in vessels of crystal and silver. Pack members moved quietly around the periphery of the ceremonial ground, placing torches in stone holders and laying out items needed for the eclipse ritual. Nermina barely noticed their activity, her focus narrowed to the task at hand. With practiced precision, she arranged the ceremonial tools: a silver needle that had been passed down through generations of her family, a small obsidian bowl for mixing the binding agent, and the ritual knife whose handle bore the same crescent moon and wolf symbol that had appeared throughout her grandmother's journals. "The sun touches the horizon," Howlett announced from his position near the western edge of the clearing. "It is time." Taking a deep breath, Nermina lifted the ritual knife. According to the ancient texts, the binding blood must be drawn with intention, offered freely as both sacrifice and connection. She pressed the blade against her palm, speaking the words her grandmother had recorded from their ancestors. "With my blood freely given, I bind my art to the wolf's nature, neither dominating nor submitting, but partnering in balance and respect. Let what was sundered be rejoined. Let what was forgotten be remembered." She drew the blade across her palm in one smooth motion, feeling only the briefest sting before a sense of rightness overwhelmed the physical sensation. 7 drops of her blood fell into the obsidian bowl, each one seeming to glow with an inner light before merging with the prepared base. As the final drop fell, a pulse of energy radiated outward from the altar, subtle but unmistakable, like the ripples from a stone dropped in still water. Several werewolves around the clearing lifted their heads, clearly sensing the power that had just been awakened. Nermina mixed her blood with the base, using the silver needle, watching as the ink transformed before her eyes. What had been a luminescent blue-silver liquid became something more, a substance that seemed to exist partially in another dimension, shifting and swirling with colors that had no names in human language. "It's ready," she said softly, though she knew Howlett could hear her clearly with his werewolf senses. The elder approached, examining the completed ink with reverent appreciation. "Perfect," he murmured, exactly as described in the oldest texts. His pale blue eyes met hers with unexpected emotion. "Elspeth would be so proud, Nermina. As am I." The simple validation brought unexpected tears to her eyes. Since her grandmother's death, Nermina had felt adrift, creating art that pleased others but never quite satisfying the nameless hunger in her soul. Now, preparing for a ritual that would use abilities she'd only just discovered she possessed, she finally felt the sense of purpose that had eluded her for so long. "What happens next?" she asked, carefully transferring the completed ink into ceremonial vials of cut crystal. Marco will undergo purification rituals with the pack healers, Howlett explained. You should rest and center yourself. The eclipse begins at 10:42, but the ritual itself must happen precisely at totality 11:17. In the meantime, he gestured toward a small cabin set slightly apart from the others. We've prepared a space for you. Everything you'll need for the ritual is there, including some items from your grandmother's collection we've preserved over the years. Nermina nodded, carefully gathering the prepared ink. As she walked toward the cabin, the enormity of what she was about to do settled over her like a physical weight. In just a few hours, she would permanently bind herself to Marco through a ritual that hadn't been performed in generations. Whatever came after, whatever form their relationship ultimately took, they would always share a connection that transcended ordinary human bonds. The cabin interior surprised her with its thoughtful preparation. Clean linens on a comfortable bed, a small fireplace already lit against the evening chill, a table arranged with tattooing equipment more ancient and elegant than any she'd ever seen. Bone needles in silver settings, brushes made from rare animal hair, all preserved with obvious care through the centuries. Most touching of all was a carved wooden chest placed at the foot of the bed. Her grandmother's chest. The very one she'd explored in her apartment days ago, somehow transported here without her knowledge. A note rested atop it in unfamiliar flowing script. Elspeth asked that these be kept safe until you were ready. Tonight, you were ready. The circle closes, the prophecy awakens. Trust your blood, your art, and your heart. Nermina opened the chest to find ceremonial clothing, a simple dress of undyed linen embroidered with subtle wolf and moon symbols in silver thread. Beside it lay her grandmother's silver pendant, the one she'd always worn but had left to Nermina's mother upon her death. How it had found its way here, Nermina couldn't guess, but the sight of it brought fresh tears to her eyes. As she prepared for the ritual ahead, changing into the ceremonial clothing and arranging her tools with the precision that had always characterized her professional work, Nermina felt her grandmother's presence more strongly than she had since her death. Not as a ghost or supernatural manifestation, but as a continuation. A legacy of knowledge and power passed from woman to woman through generations, surviving persecution and separation to reunite the sundered bloodlines at last. By the time a soft knock sounded at her door, the moon had risen, nearly full, but with the first whisper of shadow touching its edge as the eclipse began. Nermina opened the door to find Marco standing there, similarly dressed in ritual clothing, loose linen pants and an open vest that left his chest and back accessible for the completion of his tattoo. The sight of him transformed from the weakened figure at the strategy meeting to this powerful presence stole her breath momentarily. The emergency tattoo she'd created days ago stood out against his olive skin, the lines seeming to shift and pulse with each beat of his heart. His amber eyes glowed with reflected moonlight, more wolf-like than she'd seen since their first kiss in her shop. "It's time," he said simply, offering his hand. "The eclipse has begun." Nermina took his hand, feeling the familiar spark of connection between them, stronger now, more defined, as if the ritual had already begun forming the bond between them. Together they walked toward the ceremonial ground, where ancient magic and modern hearts would intertwine beneath the shadowed moon. The ceremonial clearing had transformed in the hours since sunset. Pack members stood in concentric circles around the ancient stone altar, their bodies creating a living boundary of protection and witness. Torches burned with unusual steadiness despite the night breeze, their flames tinged with blue at the edges, a sign, according to Howlett, that the veil between worlds was thinning as the eclipse progressed. Above them, the moon hung like a darkening eye in the night sky, nearly half covered by shadow as Earth's umbra crept across its surface. An unnatural twilight settled over the gathering, neither full darkness nor true moonlight, but something between, a liminal space where boundaries blurred and ancient magic stirred. Nermina followed Marco to the center of the clearing, aware of every eye upon them. The ceremonial dress flowed around her legs as she walked, the silver pendant at her throat seeming to pulse with subtle warmth against her skin. Despite the weight of responsibility and expectation, she felt strangely calm, centered in a way she'd rarely experienced, as if her entire life had been preparation for this moment. At the stone altar, Howlett awaited them, his weathered face solemn beneath his silver-white hair. Beside him stood Imani and 2 other pack elders, each holding ceremonial items: a basin of purified water, branches of sacred herbs, a small clay pot containing earth from pack territory. "The elements witness," Howlett intoned as they approached, his voice carrying clearly to every werewolf present. "Water that flows like blood through our veins, fire that burns like passion in our hearts, earth that grounds us in flesh and form, air that connects all living breath." As he named each element, the corresponding elder stepped forward to bless both Marco and Nermina. Cool water touched to their foreheads, smoldering herbs waved in purifying circles around them, earth sprinkled across their joined hands. "Tonight, beneath the shadowed moon," Howlett continued, "we gather to witness the healing of ancient wounds, the restoration of primal partnership, the fulfillment of prophecy long awaited." His pale blue eyes moved between them. "Are you prepared to undertake this ritual of your own free will, with clear intent and open hearts?" "I am," Nermina echoed, surprised by the resonant quality her voice had taken on, as if something ancient spoke through her. Howlett nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Then let us begin." At his signal, Marco moved to the stone altar, removing his ceremonial vest and sitting cross-legged upon its smooth surface. His back, with its partially completed wolf-pack tattoo, faced the gathering. The emergency design Nermina had created across his chest and shoulders connected to the original artwork, but gaps remained, deliberate spaces left for the final ritual completion. Nermina approached with her ceremonial tools: the crystal vials of luminescent ink, silver and bone needles arranged on a cloth of undyed linen, brushes of various sizes for the most detailed work. Her movements took on a ritual precision as she prepared her workspace, each item placed with intention, each gesture carrying meaning beyond the practical. From the outer circle, a low humming began, pack members joining voices in a sound that wasn't quite singing, wasn't quite chanting, but something primal that seemed to vibrate in the bones rather than the ears. The sound built slowly, creating a foundation of energy that Nermina could feel supporting her preparations. "The moon approaches totality," Howlett announced, his gaze on the darkening orb above. "Begin the marking while the light still remains." Nermina took a deep breath, centering herself. She uncapped the first vial of special ink, its glow intensifying as it caught the fading moonlight. With practiced movements, she prepared the traditional hand-poke method described in her grandmother's journals, a technique far older than modern tattoo machines, connecting her to generations of soul markers who had performed similar rituals through the centuries. "I begin with the bridge between worlds," she said, the words rising from somewhere beyond conscious thought, ancestral memory speaking through her. "The path that connects human mind with wolf heart, rational thought with primal instinct." The needle touched Marco's skin, and immediately she knew this would be unlike any tattoo she'd ever created. The ink seemed to come alive beneath her hands, flowing into the design with a will of its own. Where the needle passed, a subtle glow remained, as if the ink carried moonlight within it. Marco's breath caught at the first touch, not in pain, but surprise. "It's warm," he murmured. "I can feel it, connecting things inside me." Nermina continued working, adding intricate lines that flowed from the existing Wolfpack design toward the emergency tattoo she'd created during their escape. Each stroke felt guided, her artistic instincts merging with something deeper, an inherited knowledge that transcended training or talent. Around them, the pack's humming shifted in tone, becoming more structured, words in an ancient language emerging within the sound. Howlett had called it wolf tongue. The primal language all werewolves could understand, regardless of human origin, a communication older than human speech. "The bridges strengthen," Nermina continued, applying ink to a section that spanned Marco's left shoulder blade. "The paths reconnect. What was divided seeks wholeness, what was broken reaches for healing." As she worked, the existing portions of Marco's tattoo began to respond. The wolf pack design she'd created weeks ago starting to emit a subtle glow that matched the fresh ink. It was as if the new work was awakening something dormant in the original piece, bringing the entire design to life beneath his skin. The eclipse progressed overhead, the moon's face disappearing further behind Earth's shadow with each passing minute. As the natural light dimmed, the supernatural glow from Marco's tattoo became more pronounced, illuminating Nermina's work with its own inner light. Marco's breathing had fallen into rhythm with the pack's chanting, his body relaxed despite the intensity of the ritual. Beneath her hands, Nermina could feel subtle changes occurring, his skin growing warmer, the natural heat of his werewolf nature returning as the connections to his wolf self strengthened. "The alpha rises," she intoned, working on the central figure of the wolf pack, the leader with its head raised toward the eclipsed moon. The protector, the guardian, the bridge between worlds, neither fully beast nor fully human, but the perfect balance of both natures. As she spoke these words, Marco's body tensed momentarily, a shudder passing through him. Beneath her fingers, Nermina felt a surge of energy, like a current passing from her through the ink into the depths of his being. "Are you all right?" she murmured, pausing her work. "Yes," he replied, his voice rougher, deeper than before. "My wolf. I can feel him stirring." Coming closer to the surface. Encouraged, Nermina returned to her work with renewed focus. The design grew more complex, ancient symbols interwoven with the naturalistic wolf imagery, glyphs for strength, protection, balance, and harmony. Some she recognized from her grandmother's journals. Others seemed to flow from her needle without conscious direction, as if her hands were guided by ancestral memory. "We're approaching totality," Hallett announced, his voice cutting through the steady chanting. 3 minutes remaining." The announcement sent a ripple of anticipation through the gathered werewolves, their chanting intensifying in both volume and complexity. The torches flared higher, their flames now distinctly blue-white, casting an otherworldly light across the clearing. Nermina worked with increased urgency, not rushing, but moving with perfect economy of motion, each stroke precisely placed. The tattoo was nearly complete. Only the final connecting pattern remained, the lines that would join the original wolf pack with the emergency design, creating a complete circuit around Marco's torso. "A minute to totality," Howlett called. "Prepare for the final connection." The pack's chanting reached a crescendo, individual voices becoming indistinguishable within the harmonious whole. The air in the clearing seemed to thicken, charged with potential energy awaiting release. Nermina dipped her needle into the final vial of ink, the most potent mixture, reserved for the completing strokes. It glowed like liquid starlight, pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat as she prepared to apply it. 30 seconds, Howlett intoned. She positioned her hands for the final sequence, a complex spiraling pattern that would connect all elements of the design into a unified whole. Marco's breathing deepened beneath her touch, his skin hot now, almost feverish with the energy building within him. 10 seconds. The moon disappeared completely behind Earth's shadow, plunging the clearing into an unnatural darkness broken only by the blue torchlight and the increasingly bright glow of Marco's partial tattoo. "Now," Howlett commanded as totality was achieved. Nermina drew the final lines with absolute precision, completing the circuit between all elements of the design. As the last stroke connected, an immediate reaction followed, the entire tattoo flaring with brilliant light, as if the ink had transformed into pure energy beneath Marco's skin. Marco gasped, his back arching as sensation overwhelmed him. The completed design seemed to lift slightly from his skin, hovering a hair's breadth above the surface while maintaining its exact pattern. Light pulsed through the lines, flowing like liquid luminescence around his torso, connecting every element into a living whole. Nermina felt the energy surge back through her hands, creating a circuit between them. Her own skin began to glow where the light touched, intricate patterns appearing on her arms and hands like ephemeral tattoos. Soul marker symbols responding to the activated werewolf design. The pack's chanting faltered momentarily as the supernatural display intensified. Around Marco and Nermina, a sphere of blue-white energy formed, enclosing them in a private space while remaining visible to the gathered witnesses. Within this energetic cocoon, Nermina felt a profound shift in her awareness. Suddenly, she could sense Marco's presence not just physically, but on a deeper level. His emotions, his sensations, the very fabric of his being becoming partially accessible to her consciousness. From his expression of wonder as he gazed back at her, she knew he was experiencing something similar. The bond forms. Howlett's voice penetrated the energy field, though it sounded distant and echoing. Soulmarker and Wolf reconnect as the prophecy foretold. The temporary tattoos on Nermina's skin began to sink beneath the surface, becoming part of her in a way that wasn't quite physical but no less real. Simultaneously, Marco's completed design settled back onto his skin, no longer hovering but fully integrated, a permanent bridge between his human and wolf natures. What happened next transcended the ritual, as described in Nermina's grandmother's journals. As the tattoo settled, the energy sphere around them intensified rather than dissipating, concentrating into a brilliant point of light between their bodies. This light expanded suddenly, engulfing them completely for a breathless moment, before dividing into two distinct streams, one flowing into Nermina's heart, the other into Marco. "The mate bond," Howlett whispered, awe evident even in his quiet voice. "It formed spontaneously." Nermina gasped as new sensation overwhelmed her, a connection deeper and more intimate than even the Soulmarker bond should have created. She could feel Marco not just as another presence, but as an extension of herself, a complementary half of a newly formed whole. His emotions flowed into her awareness, his wonder, his joy, and beneath it all, a profound love he had never fully expressed in words. Marco's eyes, when they met hers, had transformed completely, glowing amber gold with his wolf nature fully present. "I feel you," he said wonderingly. "Not just your presence, but everything, your essence." Before Nermina could respond, Marco's body began to change. Unlike the partial shifts she'd glimpsed before, this transformation was complete and fluid, his form blurring and reconstituting as human features gave way to wolf. Where a man had sat moments before, a magnificent wolf now stood upon the stone altar, coat the color of dark chocolate with amber eyes that remained unmistakably Marco's. The wolf Marco stepped toward her, massive paws moving with deliberate care. Despite never having seen his full wolf form before, Nermina felt no fear, only recognition. Through their newly formed bond, she could sense Marco's consciousness within the wolf's body, different in its awareness, but fundamentally the same soul. Without hesitation, she reached out, burying her fingers in the thick fur of his ruff. The connection between them pulsed stronger at the physical contact, their energies harmonizing perfectly despite their different forms. "The divided bloodlines heal," Howlett proclaimed, his voice carrying to every corner of the clearing. "The prophecy is fulfilled." Around them, the pack erupted in joyful howls, human throats producing perfectly wolf-like sounds that echoed through the forest. The energy sphere surrounding Nermina and Marco expanded outward, touching each pack member briefly before dissipating into the night air like luminescent mist. Through their bond, Nermina felt Marco's desire to shift back, to hold her properly, to speak with her. With a fluid grace that showed his complete mastery of his restored abilities, his form blurred once more, the wolf giving way to the man. Within moments, Marco stood before her in human form, gloriously whole and balanced, the completed tattoo still glowing softly against his skin. "Nermina," he breathed, reaching for her with trembling hands. She stepped into his embrace without hesitation, their bodies fitting together as perfectly as their energies had merged. The bond between them hummed with completion and recognition, ancient magic made new through their unique connection. "I felt you," she whispered against his chest. "Not just the surface thoughts or emotions, but everything, the essence of who you are." Marco's arms tightened around her. "I felt you too. It's more than the soul marker bond was supposed to create. This is a mate bond," Howlett confirmed. Approaching them as the pack's celebration continued around the clearing. Rare enough between werewolves, nearly unprecedented between werewolf and soul marker, it formed spontaneously, beyond the requirements of the healing ritual. The elder's weathered face held a joy Nermina had never seen there before. The prophecy spoke of healing the divided bloodlines, but it seems the universe had more in mind. Marco's hand came up to cup Nermina's cheek, his touch infinitely gentle, despite the power she'd just witnessed in his wolf form. Through their bond, she could feel his concern, his fear that this unexpected development might overwhelm her, might make her feel trapped by supernatural forces, despite their careful agreement to take things slowly. "It's all right," she assured him, both aloud and through the emotional connection they now shared. "This feels right, like coming home to a place I didn't know I was missing." Relief and joy flooded through him, transferring to her through their bond. "For me too," he said softly, like the final piece clicking into place. Around them, the pack continued their celebration, howls and chanting blending into a primal symphony of joy. The eclipse had begun to wane, the moon's edge emerging from shadow as Earth's umbra passed, but the magic that had manifested between them remained, a permanent bridge between their worlds. "What happens now?" Nermina asked, not just of Marco, but of Howlett as well. The elder smiled, looking younger somehow in the aftermath of the fulfilled prophecy. "Now the real work begins. Healing the ancient breach between our kinds goes beyond a single ritual or bond, no matter how powerful. There are other soul marker bloodlines to find, other connections to restore." "And the Silverthorn pack?" Marco asked, his arm remaining protectively around Nermina's waist. Howlett's expression sobered. "They will not abandon their ambitions easily. Nash's wound may slow them temporarily, but the threat remains." He glanced between them, acknowledgement in his pale eyes. "But that is tomorrow's concern. Tonight is for celebration, for honoring what you have accomplished and what you have become to each other." With a respectful nod, the elder withdrew, moving to join the pack's ongoing festivities. Other werewolves approached to offer congratulations, but maintained a respectful distance, sensing the newly bonded pair's need for space to process their transformation. When they were as alone as possible in the midst of the gathering, Marco turned to face Nermina fully, taking both her hands in his. Through their bond, she could feel his emotions in exquisite detail. Joy, wonder, gratitude, and beneath it all, a love so profound it nearly took her breath away. "I know this happened faster and more completely than either of us planned," he said, his thumbs tracing gentle circles on her palms. "The mate bond wasn't part of the ritual requirements. It formed because—" He hesitated, gathering his courage. "Because we were already falling in love," Nermina completed for him, the truth of it resonating through their connection. Before the prophecy, before the soul marker abilities, before any of this supernatural complexity. From that first meeting in the elevator, something recognized something. Marco's smile, and unguarded in a way she'd rarely seen, warmed her from the inside out. "Exactly. The prophecy may have brought us together, but what formed between us was entirely our own." His expression grew more serious, though no less tender. "But I want you to know, mate bond or no mate bond, I would have chosen you. Every day, in every way, I would have chosen you." Tears pricked at Nermina's eyes, not from sadness, but from the overwhelming rightness of everything she felt, both her own emotions and those flowing to her through their newly formed bond. "I would have chosen you too," she whispered. "I think I already had before tonight." Marco lifted her hands to his lips, pressing a reverent kiss to her knuckles. Through their bond, she felt his passionate nature stirring, carefully contained out of respect for the public setting, but very much present. The awareness sent a matching heat spiraling through her own body. "What do you say we leave the celebration to the pack?" he suggested, his voice dropping to that lower register that never failed to send shivers down her spine, "and find somewhere more private to explore this new connection between us." In answer, Nermina rose on tiptoes, pressing her lips to his in a kiss that contained all the promise of their future together. Through their bond, emotions and sensations amplified, creating a feedback loop of pleasure and connection that transcended ordinary experience. When they finally broke apart, breathless and flushed, the decision was mutual and instantaneous. Hand in hand, they slipped away from the ceremonial clearing, leaving the pack's celebration behind as they sought the privacy to fully explore what they had become to each other. Soulmaker and wolf, woman and man, two halves of a whole that had finally, after centuries of separation, found their way back together. Behind them, the moon emerged fully from shadow, its light now seeming to bless rather than test, to illuminate rather than obscure. The prophecy was fulfilled, the ancient breach healed. And for Marco and Nermina, the real journey, one they would walk together, bound by choice as much as by fate, was just beginning. 1 month after the eclipse ritual, Skin Stories had transformed almost beyond recognition. Gone was the struggling tattoo shop relying on walk-in clients. In its place stood a thriving sanctuary where werewolves from packs across 3 states came seeking the unique services only a soul maker could provide. Nermina stood in the newly expanded waiting area, surveying the changes with satisfaction. Marco had insisted on financing the renovations himself. Pack funds, he'd called it, though she suspected much came from his personal accounts. The result was spectacular. The original shop space now dedicated exclusively to soul marker work, while a new addition housed conventional tattooing for human clients. Mrs. Alvarez is ready for her consultation, Clara announced, the young werewolf now serving as Nermina's apprentice and receptionist during after-school hours. The teenager had shown unexpected sensitivity to soul marker energy, prompting Howlett to suggest she might have distant mixed heritage herself. "Thank you, Clara." "Send her back in 5 minutes," Nermina replied, making a final adjustment to the arrangement of herbs drying on the specially designed rack Marco had built for her. Fresh moonflower blooms, now cultivated in a small greenhouse behind the shop, hung alongside more conventional ingredients, their subtle luminescence visible even in daylight to those with the right perception. As Clara returned to the reception desk, Nermina felt the familiar warm pulse through her mate bond. Marco was approaching. A smile curved her lips involuntarily, her body responding to his proximity before he even entered the building. 1 month in, the mate bond had only grown stronger, their connection deepening with each passing day. The shop door opened, admitting not just Marco but Howlett as well, both men engaged in serious conversation that paused as they caught sight of her. Through their bond, Nermina felt Marco's automatic surge of pleasure at seeing her, followed immediately by the more complex emotions related to whatever he and Howlett had been discussing. "What's wrong?" she asked immediately, crossing to meet them. Marco's arm slipped around her waist, drawing her against his side in a gesture that had become as natural as breathing. "Nothing's wrong," he assured her, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Just pack politics. The Northern Alliance is requesting a formal introduction to the Leonie Pack soul marker." "My reputation precedes me," Nermina said dryly, though she understood the significance. Since the eclipse ritual and the subsequent retreat of the Silverthorn Pack to lick their wounds, word had spread rapidly through werewolf communities about the reemergence of soul mark abilities. What had begun as a trickle of curious visitors had become a steady stream of werewolves seeking everything from enhanced shifting control to protection symbols to healing work. "Your abilities have exceeded even the oldest legends," Howlett said, his weathered face unusually animated. "The tattoos you've created for pack members have demonstrated effects not seen in centuries. It's only natural other packs would take notice." Nermina nodded, understanding the diplomatic complexities. As Marco's mate, she held a unique position, both fully integrated into the Leon Pack hierarchy and maintaining her human connections and business. It created unprecedented opportunities for rebuilding bridges between the supernatural and human worlds, but also potential complications. "We can discuss the Northern Alliance later," Marco said, his thumb tracing small circles at the small of her back in a way that sent pleasant shivers up her spine. "Howlett has something more immediate to share with us." The elder's pale blue eyes sparkled with unusual excitement. "I've been translating some of the oldest pack texts, sections that were previously indecipherable without soul marker understanding. There are references to what happens when a soul marker and werewolf produce offspring." Something fluttered in Nermina's stomach, a mixture of surprise and not quite readiness at the topic. She and Marco had discussed children in abstract terms, but not as an immediate consideration. And, Marco prompted, his arm tightening slightly around her waist. The text suggests such children inherit unique abilities, neither fully werewolf nor fully soul marker, but something new entirely. They speak of bridge walkers, who can move seamlessly between worlds, carrying both the wolf's strength and the marker's creative power. Howlett's expression grew reverent. In the ancient days, these children became the most respected mediators and healers, able to understand both human and werewolf perspectives from the inside out. Marco's emotions flowed clearly through their bond. Wonder, hope, and a surprisingly strong longing that caught Nirmina off guard. They had been together for such a short time, yet she could feel how deeply he already yearned for children with her, little ones who would carry both their bloodlines, continuing the healing that had begun with their union. "That's quite a legacy to consider," she said carefully, meeting his eyes. Through their bond, she sent reassurance, not rejection of the idea, but a request for time. Soon, but not yet. Understanding flowed back from him, along with perfect acceptance of her timeline. As always, Marco's respect for her choices remained absolute, despite the profound nature of their supernatural connection. "There's no rush," he said aloud, both for Howlett's benefit and to affirm his support. "We're still figuring out what it means to be the first soul marker and werewolf pair in generations. One step at a time." Howlett nodded, apparently satisfied to have shared his discovery, regardless of their immediate plans. "I should return to the translation work. There are still many sections becoming clear now that we understand the soul marker symbols properly." His gaze moved between them, approving and almost paternal. "You've accomplished much in a short time. The new traditions you're establishing will serve as a model long after we're gone." After the elder departed and Clara had escorted Mrs. Olivarez to the consultation room, Marco turned to Nirmina fully, both hands settling on her hips as he drew her close. "I missed you today," he murmured, his forehead resting against hers in a gesture of intimacy that had become their own private greeting. Through their bond, she could feel the truth of his words, the constant awareness of her that hummed beneath his other activities, the way his wolf nature remained settled and content when they were together. "You were gone for 6 hours, Nirmina teased, though she'd felt the same pull during their separation. "Hardly an eternity. 6 hours, 60 years, what's the difference when you're away from your mate?" Marco replied, only half joking. His lips brushed hers in a gentle kiss that quickly deepened as their bond amplified the sensation, creating the feedback loop of pleasure they'd discovered during their first night together. When they finally broke apart, both slightly breathless, Marco's eyes had taken on that amber glow that indicated his wolf was close to the surface. Not from loss of control, but from the perfect integration of both aspects of his nature. "I should let you get back to your client," he said, though his hands remained at her waist. "Dinner at home later? I have something I want to show you." The casual reference to home, the apartment they now shared, still sent a warm glow through Nirmina's chest. In the months since the ritual, they'd gradually merged their lives, with her moving most of her belongings into his larger space while maintaining her own apartment as a studio until her lease expired. "I'll be done by 7, she promised, rising on tiptoes to steal one more quick kiss before reluctantly pulling away. "Don't start cooking without me." His smile, the full unguarded one that she now knew had rarely appeared before their bond formed, lit his entire face. "Wouldn't dream of it, soul marker." Evening found them in their shared kitchen, moving around each other with the comfortable synchronicity that had developed between them. Marco chopped vegetables while Nirmina prepared her grandmother's special bread recipe, their domestic rhythm punctuated by casual touches and shared smiles. "Devin mentioned the council voted unanimously to formally recognize you as my mate in pack hierarchy," Marco said, as he added diced peppers to the sizzling pan. "It's usually just a formality for werewolf pairs, but since you're human, well, mostly human, they needed to make it official." Nirmina paused in her kneading, flour dusting her forearms. "What does that mean practically?" "It means you have a formal voice in pack decisions, equal to mine." Marco's pride in this fact radiated through their bond. "It's unprecedented, but then again, so is everything about us." He set down his knife, turning to face her fully. "The pack respects you, Nermina. Not just as my mate, but for your own strengths and abilities. You've earned their trust." The simple acknowledgement meant more to her than she could express in words. Fortunately, their bond made words unnecessary. Marco could feel her gratitude and pleasure directly, just as she could sense his genuine pride in her accomplishments. After dinner, Marco led her to the rooftop garden where they'd shared their first honest conversation about his werewolf nature. The space had evolved since then, with Nermina's artistic touches complementing his horticultural skills. Moonflowers now grew among the other plants, their silvery blooms opening in the evening air, releasing a subtle fragrance that enhanced her soul marker senses. "I have something for you," Marco said as they settled on the cushioned bench beside the fire pit. From his pocket, he withdrew a small wooden box carved with their now familiar symbols, the crescent moon cradling a wolf, intertwined with the soul marker glyph for creative power. Nermina accepted the box, feeling its weight, both physical and symbolic, in her palm. Inside, nestled on dark velvet, lay a ring unlike any she'd seen before. The band appeared to be silver, but gave off none of the energy that would harm a werewolf. Set into it was a stone that seemed to shift colors as she moved it, sometimes amber like Marco's wolf eyes, sometimes green like her own. "It's moonstone and wolf's gold," Marco explained, watching her face carefully. "The metal is an alloy werewolves developed centuries ago. Silver's beauty without its dangerous properties. The stone is from the sacred cave beneath the Heartstone." His emotions flowed clearly across their bond. Love, hope, commitment, and beneath it all, a touch of nervousness. "Marco," she breathed, understanding the significance. While legally they were already considered married by pack standards through their mate bond, this was different, a human tradition he was honoring for her sake. "I know we did everything backwards," he said with a small smile, taking her hand in his. "Supernatural bond first, dating second. But I wanted to give you this human symbol of what we are to each other." His thumb traced gentle circles on her palm. "A reminder that while fate may have brought us together, staying together is our choice. One I make gladly every day." Tears pricked at Nermina's eyes as she slipped the ring onto her finger, feeling it warm immediately to her skin temperature. Through their bond, she sent all the love she felt, the emotion too vast for words but perfectly clear in the connection they shared. "It's perfect," she whispered, leaning forward to seal the moment with a kiss that quickly deepened into something more urgent, more primal. Without breaking the kiss, Marco stood, lifting her effortlessly in his arms. Their bond hummed with shared desire as he carried her from the rooftop to their bedroom, both of them impatient now for the physical expression of their spiritual connection. What followed was both familiar and new. Each time they came together, the mate bond revealed new facets of pleasure, new depths of connection. Clothing fell away beneath eager hands, kisses traced reverent paths across heated skin, whispered endearments mingled with more primal sounds of need and satisfaction. Through it all, their bond amplified every sensation, creating a feedback loop of pleasure that transcended ordinary experience. Nermina could feel Marco's enjoyment of her body as if it were her own, just as he experienced her building pleasure alongside his. The duality created an intimacy beyond anything she had imagined possible, a true melding of separate beings into a unified whole. When they finally came together completely, Marco's wolf nature rose close to the surface. Amber eyes glowing in the dim light, canines slightly elongated, the pack markings on his arms growing more pronounced. But unlike their earliest encounters, there was no reverse shifting, no loss of control. Instead, perfect balance prevailed. Human and wolf in harmony, strength tempered by tenderness, passion guided by love. Afterward, they lay tangled together in the moonlight, streaming through the bedroom window, the new ring on Nermina's finger catching and reflecting the silvery glow. Through their bond, contentment flowed like warm honey, wrapping them in shared satisfaction and peaceful belonging. "Full moon tomorrow night," Marco murmured against her hair, his fingers tracing lazy patterns on her bare shoulder. "The pack is gathering for the run. Howlett suggested you might want to come." Nermina raised her head, surprise evident in her expression. I thought humans didn't participate in moon runs. Soul markers used to, in the old days. Marco's hand continued its gentle exploration of her skin, raising pleasant shivers despite their recent exertion. They would observe, create art inspired by the pack's movements, sometimes create temporary markings to enhance specific abilities for the night. His amber eyes held hers, hope evident in their depths. I'd like you to be there, to be part of every aspect of my life, not just the human portions. The invitation touched her deeply. Despite their mate bond and her growing integration into pack life, there remained a few traditions that had seemed exclusively werewolf. That Marco wanted to share even these most primal experiences with her spoke volumes about his commitment to truly uniting their worlds. I'd like that, she said softly, though I draw the line at running naked through the forest. I'll leave that part to you wolves. His laughter rumbled through his chest beneath her cheek. Deal. Though I reserve the right to try convincing you otherwise someday. Through their bond, she felt his happiness at her acceptance, along with a deeper satisfaction that had nothing to do with physical pleasure and everything to do with the life they were building together, a life that honored both their natures, both their traditions. The full moon hung like a perfect silver coin in the velvet sky, bathing the forest clearing in ethereal light. Pack members in various states of dress, some already shifted to wolf form, others preparing for transformation, gathered in loose groups around the edges of the open space, an air of excitement and anticipation charging the atmosphere. Nermina sat on a raised stone outcropping at the clearing's edge, her sketchbook open on her lap, special ink and brushes arranged beside her. The vantage point gave her perfect visibility while keeping her safely above the action once the run began in earnest. Marco stood at the center of the gathering, magnificent in the moonlight with his ceremonial vest, leaving his tattooed torso largely exposed. As future alpha, he would lead the run tonight, his first time in this role since the eclipse ritual had restored and enhanced his connection to his wolf nature. Through their bond, Nermina could feel his excitement, the pull of the moon on his wolf self, the eager anticipation of the freedom that came with full shifting. Unlike the partial transformations he could accomplish at will now, the complete shift to wolf form still held a wild joy that never diminished with repetition. As if sensing her thoughts, Marco turned, his eyes finding hers across the clearing. A smile curved his lips as he excused himself from the pack members he'd been speaking with, moving with fluid grace to join her on her observation perch. Comfortable? He asked, settling beside her, his thigh pressing warmly against hers. Perfect view, she confirmed, gesturing with her charcoal pencil at the scene below. Clara says this clearing has been used for moon runs since before the pack claimed this territory. Marco nodded, his arm slipping around her waist in that now familiar gesture of casual possession. Sacred ground of a different kind than the ceremonial space. This is where wolves come to honor their primal nature without the formality of rituals. Nermina leaned into his embrace, enjoying these last moments before he would join the pack for the run. Through their bond, she could already feel his wolf nature rising closer to the surface, responding to both the full moon's energy and the pack's collective anticipation. I have something for you, she said, setting aside her sketchbook to reach for the small pot of luminescent ink she'd prepared specially for tonight. It's temporary, just for the run. A traditional soul marker gift for their bonded wolf during full moons. Marco's expression softened with wonder as she uncapped the container, releasing the subtle scent of moonflowers and herbs. What does it do? Enhance night vision primarily, Nermina explained, dipping her finest brush into the glowing substance. And a connection that will let me see through your eyes while you run, if you're willing to share that with me. The concept clearly intrigued him. You can do that? According to my grandmother's journals, it was common practice. Soul markers would experience the run vicariously through their bonded wolves, gathering impressions for later artwork. She held up the brush. May I? Marco nodded, closing his eyes as she reached up to paint small symbolic designs at his temples. Delicate whorls and lines that caught the moonlight and seemed to sink partially into his skin upon contact. Through their bond, she felt his immediate reaction, a pleasant warmth spreading through his mind, followed by a sharpening of his already impressive senses. It's working, he murmured, opening eyes that now glowed more intensely than before. Everything's clearer, brighter. Nermina completed the design with a final connecting line across his forehead. As soon as the pattern closed, a new dimension opened in their bond, a visual connection that would allow her to glimpse the world through his perception while maintaining her own separate awareness. "That's incredible," Marco said, blinking as he adjusted to the enhanced vision and the novel sensation of the visual link. Through their bond, his wonder and gratitude flowed clearly, along with excitement to share the coming experience with her in this unique way. Below them in the clearing, Howlett raised his hands for silence. "The moon has reached its zenith," the elder announced. "Let those who run with the wild stars take their true forms and honor the ancient ways." It was the traditional call to beginning the moon run, a signal for those participating to shift and prepare for the pack hunt that would follow. Marco pressed a quick, fierce kiss to Nermina's lips before standing. "Watch through me," he said, his voice deepening as his wolf rose in response to the call. "Run with me tonight." So, with graceful economy of movement, Marco descended from the stone outcropping to join the other runners at the clearing's center. Unlike his first attempts at shifting in her presence, now his transformation was fluid and controlled, his form blurring and reconstituting in the moonlight as human gave way to wolf with practiced ease. Where Marco had stood moments before, a magnificent wolf now stretched its powerful limbs, dark chocolate fur gleaming with health, amber eyes reflecting the moonlight with supernatural brightness. The temporary markings Nermina had painted glowed subtly at his temples, visible even in his wolf form. Through their bond, she felt the exhilaration of his transformed state, the rush of enhanced senses, the joy of raw physical power, the perfect integration of instinct and intellect that characterized a mature werewolf's shifted awareness. It was intoxicating, even experienced secondhand through their connection. Howlett gave a signal, and the gathered wolves raised their voices in a collective howl that sent shivers down Nermina's spine, not from fear, but from the primal beauty of the sound. Marco's voice rose among them, distinctive to her ears even in this inhuman form. Then they were running, dozens of powerful bodies flowing like a living river into the surrounding forest. Through her mate bond, enhanced by the temporary markings she'd created, Nermina experienced fragments of Marco's perception, the rush of wind through fur, the kaleidoscope of scents telling stories no human could read, the perfect coordination of muscle and bone as he ran at speeds no human could match. It was exhilarating and disorienting and beautiful beyond words. Without consciously deciding to do so, Nermina found her hand moving across her sketchbook, charcoal capturing impressions faster than conscious thought could process them. The fluid motion of the pack, the patterns of moonlight through trees, the joy of unfettered movement. For nearly an hour, she remained in this dual state of awareness, fully present in her human body, while simultaneously experiencing glimpses of Marco's wolf perception. Through their bond, she felt his pleasure at sharing this sacred aspect of his nature with her, his wolf self as eager for her understanding as his human side had been. When the pack eventually returned to the clearing, their night run complete, Marco broke away from the others to approach her observation point. Still in wolf form, he sat before her stone perch, amber eyes fixed on her face with unmistakable intelligence and love. Nermina set aside her filled sketchbook and reached out, burying her fingers in the thick fur of his ruff. The connection between them hummed with contentment and belonging, transcending the differences in their current forms. "Thank you for sharing that with me," she said softly. "It was beautiful beyond words." Through their bond, she felt his response, pleasure at her enjoyment, satisfaction at the bridge they'd created between their different worlds, and beneath it all, the steady current of love that flowed constantly between them. With the fluid grace she'd come to expect, Marco shifted back to human form, the transformation taking mere seconds now that his connection to his wolf nature had been fully restored and enhanced. He rose to sit beside her on the stone, gloriously unconcerned with his nudity in the traditional aftermath of a moon run. "Did you get what you needed?" he asked, nodding toward her sketchbook filled with the impressions she'd captured. "More than I expected," Nermina admitted, leaning against his side as his arm came around her shoulders. I think I know what our new pack symbol should be. Since the eclipse ritual, they had been discussing the creation of a new emblem to represent the Leon Pack's evolution. Something that would honor both werewolf tradition and the newly restored soul marker connection. The current symbol, used for generations, was due for renewal under Marco's future leadership. "Show me," he said, his interest evident both in his voice and through their bond. Nermina opened her sketchbook to the final page, where she'd unconsciously created a design that seemed to synthesize everything she'd experienced through their connection. It showed a wolf in mid-transformation, neither fully animal nor fully human, but the perfect integration of both natures. Around the central figure, soul marker symbols intertwined with traditional pack markings, creating a unified whole that honored both heritages. "It's perfect," Marco breathed, his finger tracing the lines reverently. "The balance of both worlds, the integration of both traditions. The healing of both bloodlines," Nermina completed, hearing the echo of the prophecy that had brought them together. "It's what we represent together, not just you and me, but what's possible when werewolves and soul markers work in partnership rather than separation." Marco turned to face her fully, the depth of his love flowing through their bond with an intensity that still took her breath away. "You've given me more than I ever thought possible," he said, cupping her cheek with gentle fingers. "My wolf restored, my future secured, my heart completely yours." Words seemed inadequate in the face of such emotion, so Nermina responded through their bond instead, sending all the love, commitment, and gratitude she felt for the unexpected journey that had brought them together. The elevator breakdown that wasn't accidental. The reverse shifting that had seemed like a curse but proved to be a sign. The prophecy that hadn't forced them together but had created the opportunity for them to find each other across centuries of separation. Around them, the pack continued their full moon celebrations, some still in wolf form, others shifted back to human, all honoring the ancient traditions while embracing the new possibilities Marco and Nermina represented. The future stretched before them, full of challenges still to face, battles yet to fight with those who resisted the renewed partnership between their kinds. But faced together, those challenges seemed less daunting than exciting. As the night deepened around them, Marco pulled Nermina closer against the forest chill, his supernatural warmth enveloping her as completely as his love. Above them, the full moon blessed their union with silver light, no longer a force that divided their natures, but one that united them in perfect, balanced harmony. In the pages of her sketchbook, the new pack symbol seemed almost to pulse with life and purpose. A visual representation of the prophecy fulfilled, the ancient breach healed, and most importantly, two souls who had found in each other exactly what they needed to become whole. Not because fate demanded it, but because they chose it. Every day, together,